Please ensure that you sign in first. You can use the sign-in sheets on the podium or scan the QR code on top, please.
Welcome to the City of Miami Beach Commission Chambers. We're glad to have you with us.
You can use the sign-in sheets at the podium or scan the QR code that is digitally on the bulletin boards.
We'd now like to introduce our City of Miami Beach elected officials and leadership. Mayor Stephen Miner. City Commissioners, Kristen Rosen-Gonzalez, Laura Dominguez, Alex J. Fernandez, Tanya K. Bott, David Suarez, Joseph Magazine, City Manager Eric Carpenter, City Attorney Ricardo J. DePico, City Clerk, Rafael E. Granado. As a courtesy to everyone present, please silence all cell phones and electronic devices at this time. Lobbyist disclosure reminder. If you are a lobbyist appearing before the City Commission or any city board, you must have registered with the City Clerk prior to participating. If you have not yet registered, please do so immediately. Presentation reminder. If you submitted a presentation within the 24 hours prior to the start of today's meeting, please check the computer located at the podium to ensure your file is properly loaded. When the floor opens for public comment, please step up to the podium, speak clearly into the microphone, and begin by stating your name and address for the record. How to participate in public meetings via Zoom. Once you have joined the Zoom meeting, go to the bottom panel and click on the raise hand icon to notify the meeting host that you would like to speak. As soon as the host grants you permission to speak, a dialog box will pop up on your screen with two options. Select the unmute button to begin speaking. After you finish speaking, mute your microphone and click on the lower hand icon. If you are joining Zoom via phone, tap the keypad icon and press *9 to notify the meeting host that you have raised your hand to speak. A voice operator will prompt you to unmute your microphone by pressing *6. Once unmuted, you may begin speaking. After you finish sharing your comments, be sure to press *9 to lower your hand and *6 to mute yourself. We kindly ask everyone to conduct themselves in a respectful and professional manner throughout today's meeting. Thank you for your cooperation, and thank you for participating in your local government here in the city of Miami Beach.
Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming to our commission meeting to finalize our budget, which we are statutorily mandated to do by today, 11:59 and 59 seconds. We'll get it done. I'll turn it over to our city clerk to give us any important announcements.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's hybrid commission meeting. The city commission is physically present in the commission chambers at Miami Beach City Hall, 1700 Convention Center Drive, third floor. Members of the public are invited to attend either in person or virtually. If you're joining us virtually, here's how to participate. You can log in using the Zoom app or visit the zoom.us on your browser. You can also call by phone at 305-224-1968. Again, 305-224-1968, or toll-free 888-475-4499. The webinar ID is 813-928-576-71#. Again, the webinar ID is 813-928-576-71#. If you'd like to speak on an item during the meeting, please click the raise hand icon in the Zoom app or press star 9 on your phone. The Zoom link, webinar ID, and phone numbers stay the same for every commission meeting. Before we begin, I'd like to go over city lobbyist regulations. All lobbyists must register with the Office of the City Clerk located on the first floor of City Hall. You do not need to register as a lobbyist if you're an expert witness giving only technical or specialized testimony, a representative of a neighborhood association or a not-for-profit group speaking without pay or reimbursement, a public official or employee acting in your official role, someone required to appear before the board or commission or responding to a code violation, or a private citizen speaking on your own behalf without compensation. However, if you're an expert witness or a representative of a neighborhood or nonprofit group, you must still submit a written disclosure form to the Office of the City Clerk before speaking with the commission or city staff. These forms are available at the Office of the City Clerk. There are two more important points to cover. First, if a lobbyist gives or agrees to give anything of value at $1,000 or more to a neighborhood association or its representative in connection with a matter before the city, that contribution must be disclosed in writing to the city clerk. Second, contingency fees are strictly prohibited. That means no one can offer or accept payment that depends on the outcome of a city decision. Finally, if you plan to speak during the public comment session today, please ensure that you sign in first. You can use the sign-in sheets at the podium or scan the QR codes to sign in digitally. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. We're going to start with the Sutnick Hour. Just want to tee it up. These are all public hearing items. So for every item we call, and there's R7A through F, public will have the opportunity to speak, but also we have the open forum where you can come up and speak about the budget-related items. This is a multi-month process that we go through starting in June. We unanimously voted on the budget and millage rate at our September 17th meeting. For all those listening, our tax rate, our millage rate is staying the same, flat as it's been for the last couple of years. And I'm proud of the work our chair has done, Commissioner Magazine, in running our finance and budget committee and the entire commission. Our budget focuses significantly on public safety, quality of life, cleanliness, critical services such as fire, police, code compliance, park rangers, and other safety and quality of life services. So proud of the work that our commission has done to get to this point. And again, having multi meetings, public meetings like this, and of course many meetings on one-on-one to get to the point. And then we of course discuss it publicly in a transparent way. So let's open it up to Sutnick.
Thank you, everyone. If you wish to speak on the Sutnick on any item, please approach the podium. I'll first call Zoom. Omar Jimenez is our first caller on Zoom. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Mr. Jimenez, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Omar Jimenez. I'm a candidate for City Commission in Group 1. Over the past 5 years, our city budget has grown by 45%. This year, we'll also have a record 2,330 municipal employees. Yet year after year, the city underfunds critical infrastructure and capital projects. Nearly 1.2 billion in projects will go unfunded over the next 5 years. while at the same time we're overspending on wasteful ventures like 31 million for a scaled back Lincoln Road pedestrian project, hoping it brings Lincoln Road back to its heyday. Meanwhile, residents face higher taxes, higher rents, and an affordable housing crisis. What about the taxpayer that keep this city running? When do we start giving back to them? Instead of waste and higher taxes, I support rolling back the tax rate, not the increased push by staff. This so-called balanced budget is nothing more than a farce. We need affordable housing, fair rents, and incentives to support small businesses and infrastructure upgrades that don't bury residents under more fees. We need to invest in expansion of our stagnant economy so that we're not solely reliant on tourism and property tax dollars. Yet year after year, we see bloated payroll and growing bureaucracy driving residents and businesses out of Miami Beach. It's time to elect leaders who put people over special interests. Because if we keep voting for the same establishment politics, we'll keep getting the same broken results. It's time for a change. We cannot keep reaching into residents' pockets to fund wasteful projects and inflated salaries. Let's restore fiscal responsibility, address living costs, and finally make this city work for the community, not just for the insiders. Thank you.
If there's no one in the audience wishing to speak, I'm going to go to the next caller. Our next caller is Paula. Paula, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Paula Allen. I have two addresses, 345 Ocean Drive and 100 Meridian Avenue. I second what Omar just said. You know, I think that the budget is growing and growing, and I am all for spending money on safety and the infrastructure. What I'm not for spending money on is extra things, art projects, art in public places, stuff that I really don't get it. It just seems to be supplementing artists' way of life. I'm not for that. Let them do their art. If they want to donate it, fine. If people want to support the Miami City Ballet, let them donate out of their own pockets. We're tired of getting robbed as city taxpayers on stuff that benefits only a few, in my opinion. It needs to stop. And design, I don't know, these like First Street design project. I don't know how much design, but I'm hearing it's millions and millions to design it. All we really want are pumps and pipes that work. We really don't care how pretty they are. Get it done. We pay all these design people, oh, do you want this covering or this one or a wavy or this? How much we paid them? 100 million to design something that hadn't even broke ground yet? Too much of that stuff goes on. Meat and bones. That's what we need, meat and bones. We're just tired of paying and paying and paying. And exactly, some of the salaries on the city employees, if it's competitive for their experience and their education, I've seen some that seem quite bloated. And that's that, just stop with the extra spending. If it's not a budget item, if some group comes up and says, I want 100,000 for equality save, if it's not in the budget, just like in our condo associations, if it's not in the budget,
Thank
it
you, Ms.
doesn't
Allen.
get
You're out of
spent.
time. I apologize.
Ralph, I just want to, for people listening, I just want to set the facts straight. When somebody talks about a design item for a public works project, it's not about what color it's going to be. It's making sure that we are designing something to have the right size pipe fit into the space available for the job it's needed to do. So I just want to make sure everyone understands, because we all use design like, let's design a birthday cake to look cute. But that's not what it's used for in public works and in city budgets. It's designed to make sure that the money that is being used from taxpayers to make our infrastructure and roads and other things that we build as a city safe and functional. That's the design that we're talking about. Just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Go ahead, please. State your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Celia Bruce. I live 1201 20th Street, Miami Beach, Florida. We have a spending problem. We just spent $42 million on a park that we all just visited on Sunday. And our infrastructure is deteriorating. We take enough taxes, we take in enough taxes, but we just must get our spending back under control. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual caller is Mr. Mitch Novick. Mr. Novick, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. Mitch Novick, 901 Collins Avenue. I believe 200 to 300 million needs to be cut from our city budget. Since former city manager George Gonzalez departed, we've added roughly 500 new employees and have watched our budget more than double, all while quality of life and public safety have diminished. This October, tomorrow, or within the next week, residents will see yet another automatic rate increase on their utility billing water statements. Over the past 15 years, we've endured 17 consecutive hikes and new fees, including the monthly fire sprinkler fee. We all know the administration is waiting in the wings to push for more whopping fee hikes and rate increases, thereby making Miami Beach even more unaffordable. It's time to look within and stop walloping the taxpayers of this city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Again, if there's anyone who's interested in speaking, please approach the podium. I'm going to call someone with a screen name of Break Diving. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Monroe Mann. I was a former commissioner candidate. I dropped out recently, but I want to share 7 of my points that I think would help the city of Miami Beach. I live at 1110 Pennsylvania Avenue. So does my mom, in a different apartment, and we also own 2 condos that we rent. Number 1, the sidewalks are filthy. I moved here 4 years ago. It's inexcusable. This is not the Bronx, and you guys have massive amount of money to hire a power washer. Make that happen. Every sidewalk in the city. 2, don't raise the taxes. The property values have plummeted. We can't get as much rent as we could before, back in 2021. If you raise the taxes, you're just hurting everybody, landlords and tenants. Please don't do that. Everybody's struggling. 3, Metro Mover has to come to the city. More and more people are moving here. And I'm sorry if people don't like it. The traffic here is horrible already. It's only going to get worse. The only solution is the Metro Mover, not a bus. Metro Mover that runs on its own tracks. Number 4, start fining people for marijuana use in public on the streets and sidewalks. And the second time it happens, arrest them. Misdemeanor. It's disgusting and it makes this place feel very trashy. Number 5, tragedy that the movie theater is gone and there's no bookstore in Miami Beach. The mayor keeps talking about how this is a world-class city. It is not. A world-class city has a major bookstore and a movie theater. So do whatever you need to do to bring them back. 6, the 18% required tip at restaurants is disgusting, especially for residents. It needs to get gone for everybody, but at least if you live here, no more 18% because no one wants to go out and eat out here. And finally, 7, you need to have a license to drive an electric bike or scooter, a regular driver's license. You need to follow all the traffic laws. And I mean, people are dying. Someone just died at my corner about a month ago because he ran the red light. It was his fault. But
Thank you so much, Mr. Mann.
Saved. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Go ahead, please. State your name, address, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ava Frankel, 70 Lagorce Circle. I'm running for commissioner in the upcoming election in Group 1. To the person that just spoke, we don't have a movie theater or a bookstore, but we do have a cheesecake factory. Yay! No, I'm just kidding. We don't need that. But onto the budget. As we all know, Florida does not have state income taxes. So where do we collect revenue? From sales taxes and property taxes. And those are great, but if our sales taxes are down, which they are, at least I would think that they are, judging by the vacancies, then we need to raise our property taxes. Now, I know that those are the 2 options, but I think that there are more untapped options for the city to earn revenue that we just don't even explore. So recently we just did a $1 summer parking program to incentivize people to come spend money here. I think we could have offered the same discount while also increasing revenue for the city. I think that we could have potentially added a watch this advertisement for 50% off and collected from the advertisers and also offered our residents discounts. So that's just one example of a creative solution that we can have to earn more revenue. And then I guess I have 39 seconds left, so I'll hurry quickly. But onto the flooding and drainage, I really hope that in whatever comes, we see more channel drains rather than single point drains. And I hope that we see less above ground water storage. So the tanks that are above ground that need pumps that require electricity, which we all know electricity is one of the first to go during a hurricane, which is when we need the drainage to work the best. I hope that we explore underground water tanks, which is feasible and possible. So yes, thank you. Bye, everyone. Also, www.avalovesmiamibeach.com. My ideas are there. Bye.
Next public speaker is Tom McGlone. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Tom McGlone. The address is 736 13th Street. And I'm calling in tonight, just the mayor started the call tonight talking about no increase in the millage rate. But, you know, we all know that numbers can be very deceiving in terms of how they're spun. And so if I say that a number goes from 1 to 2, it's 100%. But what I didn't hear the mayor say regarding the budget is that it's gone from $1 billion to $1.1 billion or whatever that number is, because it's a really large number. And I just asked the mayor and the commissioners, a number of who have been on for a number of terms, how much money is enough for this city? $1 billion budget and you're looking for more money? I just don't understand. And like the other people said, and even right now, I think there's 3 people on the commission, two commissioners and the mayor who are running for office. I haven't seen any comment from any of those people running for office about how they're going to save money or how they're going to cut expenses so that the average person who gets increased property taxes isn't going to be affected by what's happening with this year's budget. And what blows my mind more than anything is that although you have $1 billion budget, the poor government efficiency, the government is really inefficient. I did a 109-inch kitchen renovation, and it took 13 inspections to get it done. So if this commission or mayor aren't capable of doing it, I do think that we need new blood, or maybe we should contact Elon Musk and have Doge come in and look at the city's $1 billion budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Sir, go ahead, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Walter O'Leary. I live at 110 Washington Avenue, apartment 2213, Miami Beach, Florida, 33139. I'm not going to speak about economics. I do actually teach at University of Miami. I'm on the advisory board of the economics department, and I also teach FinTech in the finance department. This is really more of a conversation about the social fabric of Miami Beach, and what I mean by that is that economists don't like to add in high food prices in the core PCE, which is what everybody looks at in terms of inflation. We don't like to look at rising utility rates, as Novak pointed out. But what we do need to look at is the confluence of all these rising prices and rising costs, and a lot of not-for-profits are adjusting their budgets. I can tell you for a fact, my alma mater, University of Chicago, they're blending in departments, they're cutting back. Why can't the city do the same? Why can't we adjust according to the times? Somebody pointed out, real estate prices are no longer rising. We need to adjust accordingly. We cannot ask taxpayers to continue to fund projects that don't meet the needs of the taxpayers. My point about social fabric is that we're pushing people away from Miami Beach by not controlling prices. The confluence of rising, if you're an owner, insurance costs, HOA assessments, taxes, if you're a renter, less quality of life, less services out there, you need to actually embrace the fact that we have to adjust with the times. You cannot continue to tax and spend, tax and spend, tax and spend. You need to create value. Economics are about limited resources. They're finite resources. Act accordingly. You need to make the most with the least, and that's the reality of life. So why not adjust like everybody else and provide better value?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Quentin Weisberg. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name's Quentin Weisberg. I live at 4560 Royal Palm Avenue, Miami Beach. I've lived on Miami Beach most of my life. Most of my family lives here. And I just want to share my feelings about with insurance and utility costs already rising, and the streets flooding, the sidewalks being flooded. It's just too much, and to raise property taxes now. I urge you not to do that and to help keep Miami Beach affordable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual caller is Sharon. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Sharon Weiss, 233 81st Street. Wow, I could not believe that our budget for 80,000 people is almost $1 billion. That is like mind-boggling to me. I don't know if I don't know if any one of you on the dais are in real estate, or if you have any clue what's going on in the real estate market. There's going to be a massive condo crash. You guys better tighten the belts. No time like the present to do it. And every single one of us here, tax-paying citizens, we have a certain amount of money that comes in. We have to live within our means. We have to budget ourselves. Our mortgage company doesn't just adjust our payments because of a whim. The insurance company doesn't adjust a payment because of their whim. We budget personally, and you guys should budget. Every single one of you, I certainly hope, has a budget that you stick to in your own personal lives. Why is it when it's other people's money, it's just an open pocketbook? I urge you to roll back the millage. There's no reason for our costs to go up so much. There's not enough time in 2 minutes to get into all of the ways that you're overspending and wasting money. But it's unfathomable. You actually have me almost unable to form coherent sentences over how puzzled and annoyed, angry, just disgusted that I am. Please listen to all of the intelligent people who are calling in and sharing our thoughts with you. We have to tighten our belt. There's so much waste and fluff. We need to cut to the bone. And you need to treat the residents who pay for all of this like partners.
Thank you so much, Ms. Weiss. Our next virtual caller has a screen name of Inez's iPhone. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Inez, please unmute yourself.
Yes, I am muted. My name is Inez Flax. I'm at 1500 Ocean Drive, apartment 1006, Miami Beach, Florida. I'm just calling to agree with everyone who's spoken so far. And I think that Miami Beach has just become unaffordable, and that, you need to look at your budget, and you need to look at cutting your budget instead of increasing our taxes. Thank you very much.
Our next caller is Andrea. Please unmute yourself, state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Andrea Spiridonakos. I live at 227 Michigan Avenue. I'm like a over 25-year resident of Miami Beach. And I'm just going to ask you guys, do you think that this is working right now? Is this a successfully run city? 17 consecutive rate increases. It's a $900 million budget for 80,000 people. We have visitors from all over the world coming here, renting hotels and eating out, and we every year have to hire more and more and more employees. It's bloat, it's waste, and I hate to say it's maybe abuse. It's really gross to us as citizens watching year over year our dollars being spent, we don't even know how. So more and more employees, I don't believe, make a government more efficient. My building, it's small, 28 units. I just want to let you know, it took us over 2 years to get our permit to replace our front door. Exact same, just remade. And guess what? In the meantime, the guy who was doing the work lost the pieces and everything. He says, 2 years to get the permit. This is not a well-run city. I ask you to look deep inside yourselves. Look at yourselves in the mirror and say, am I doing the best I can? Have I lowered, can I cut corners more? This is what successful businesses do. And I ask you to be a successful business and not like a slop shop, hey, we're just spending other people's money. I ask you to roll back the millage rate and please help us. It'll just trickle down to raising rents. You think Lincoln Road is empty now? Wait till the taxes go up higher. You think Washington Avenue is empty now? This is not the way to run a successful city. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is Irene Bigger. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Irene Bigger. I'm at 1500 Ocean Drive in the Art Deco District. Just a couple of things. I'm not sure if it's been mentioned yet, but it's very important to consider the benefits of private-public partnerships. There are many creative ways to tap into the private sector to assist us to pay for many programs in our city. And while a small portion of the costs in our city, we should also look into what we are giving away versus what we are getting for leasing out our public spaces, namely, in the area of special events here in Miami Beach. And just the second point I wanted to mention is I do believe there should be another review of where our tax money is going so that we can figure out how to better function, as a city and be more efficient and effective. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Our next caller is Valerie's iPhone. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Valerie Owen, 1580 Bay Road, Miami Beach. I concur with everyone that's against this hike. And I don't think that many understand what it's like to run an apartment building here. And it is unbelievably difficult. I mean, not only right now is there like 200 vacant units, but my property taxes went up almost $10,000 in a few years. And I understand, like, you want to throw parties and have fun and do all these parks and all these things, but like Irene said, you need public-private, contributions. I mean, every single day I read about all of these events and everything. Like, we need more private investment because they're benefiting. And we have to stop just spending money like drunken sailors. I mean, like, we're surrounded by water, but we're not sailors, and this is getting ridiculous. But thank you very much. Have a nice night.
Thank you. Our last caller is Janet Silverman. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Janet Silverman. I live at 6899 Collins Avenue. I want to state for the record that I'm on the board of North Beach, Allison Park Neighborhood Association, but I am speaking on my own, and hopefully I don't have to fill out a form in order to make the comments I'm going to make. I heard at the last commission meeting that, the budget is not prepared on a grounds-up basis, on an annual basis, that the commission really just approves enhancements and reductions from line items that have been there for God knows how long. And I think that part of the problem is that no one's looking at the budget on a grounds-up basis. I also learned when I was on the Budget Advisory Committee that we do no benchmarking. We don't look at our costs as compared to like kind of cities to see if maybe we're spending too much on something. Maybe we're not spending enough. I don't know. But, I worked in finance for a long time. And when I looked at a company I'd never seen before, the first thing I would do is industry I never saw before, I would go and say, okay, what should this line item be as a percentage of revenue or as whatever the appropriate metric was? And we don't look at any of that. And so I think there's probably a lot of bloat in the budget. And I think that it could be, better constructed. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. That concludes Sutnick.
Commissioner Magazine, Vice Mayor Magazine. Well, thank you. As was laid out, tonight we are mandated to pass a balanced budget. And what we'll start with what we are proud of. Coming into this year, we knew sitting in this seat last year, and we talked about it, that this would be a very difficult budget year. we had multiple union contracts that were going to be renegotiated and significantly raised. And that put us from out of the starting gate into a multi-million-dollar hole. So all throughout the year, we've been managing in a diligent fashion, knowing that there were going to be a lot of constraints on our budget, and that is going to continue. I echo many of the sentiments that some people called in with. I am going to correct the record on a whole host of things, but the overall sentiment, before I got elected, I was sharing these same things. And since then, I've been sharing these same things. I don't want it to be lost on anybody. We are taxpayers, right? We get in minuscule amount to serve the public, and we're paying well above and beyond that in taxes. So we have an aligned interest. And it has been a tough battle back and forth at times with city staff and things like that. We do need to control our spending. And I am confident and proud of the work that's been done over this past year. That work will not stop. We hear loud and clear what is going on out there, and the emphasis and the priorities on more efficient and more prudent spending at a government level, enhancing our efficiencies. And we have started many efforts to make government more efficient and better serving our taxpayers. A government does not make widgets, it doesn't make iPhones or refrigerators. It makes money one way, taxing people. So every dollar that we spend is money being taxed. And we have to have an even greater appreciation for where that money comes from and where that money goes. That being said, several callers alluded to it. I want to make this very loud and clear. We absolutely are not raising your taxes here. Our millage rate for 3 years in a row, despite many external pressures, is remaining flat. Now, as home properties increase, yes, that percentage applied will likely increase. That's essentially mirrors inflation for the cost pressures that we face with the city. But I agree that we need to do better. And over the past several months, before this even came to the forefront, this commission, our finance committee, has put directives to staff, and we're actually going to go through this. We have a list right here that we directed our city manager to go out, and we have a balanced budget. We have what is mandated by law, but that wasn't good enough to us. We wanted to find a more efficient government because we need to prepare for a rainy day. And even if the days remain sunny, we have to respect our taxpayer money even more. And that is part of the exercise that we're going through here tonight. We have found multiple millions of dollars in cuts over the past several meetings. So we are in lockstep with the comments that we heard from our residents tonight. And I think what you're going to see here tonight is an even enhanced focus on that, of making government spending more efficient, because we're going to go line item by line item and see where we can better serve our community on a more efficient basis. So I'm going to hand it over where we go with this. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I'll ask our city attorney, what happens if we do not pass a budget today?
Well, there could be some serious consequences to that. Failure to adopt a millage rate as required by the statute could result in the loss of state funds. Failure to adopt the budget, that's a little more nuanced, but if it results in a financial emergency and there are various indicators that a financial emergency has been triggered, could then result in oversight by the government, by the governor or by a legislative committee. It's an unprecedented thing. I know that the CFO made some calls. We did some research. To our knowledge, there is no other municipality or local government that has failed to adopt a budget or a millage rate when it was supposed to.
The governor's office would come in and take over the city of Miami Beach.
It could happen if a financial emergency is determined to have occurred as a result of this, yes.
Okay, excellent. So while we have spent months on finding efforts to deliver a more efficient budget, and we're doing so without raising our millage rate for 3 years in a row, to sit here at the 11th hour and call for not passing a budget, or to roll back our millage rate. Mr. CFO, that would take, if we rolled back our millage rate, a cut of what, 17 to 20 million dollars?
Yeah, I believe the number would be about $21 million.
You know, I philosophically don't disagree that that's a good idea. And I've led some of those conversations. But to do so or propose that at 6 p.m., the night a budget is mandated, is incredibly irresponsible. Incredibly. We've had 4 different budget meetings where we've all given directives to our city manager, okay? And included in that is defined $2 million in cost savings. And we could go through every one of these items. But to sit up here, we don't have the ability to roll back $20 million because we don't have line item by line item granularity. And that is one thing that will be changing. I'm bringing a legislative item. We talked about this, much to my dismay, at our June budget meeting. This is important for the public to know. We don't have insight into every dollar of our ground-up budget. Us, up here as legislators. And that will be changing. I'm going to be bringing a legislative item in October. It's not grandstanding or things like that, but for us to truly know what's in our budget, we need to go dollar by dollar. And if my colleagues want to join me in those initiatives, I am happy to lead that effort.
Yeah, Joe,
Right.
I'll co-sponsor with you.
But that cannot happen here at 6 p.m. We talked this afternoon. We can pass a budget keeping our millage rate flat. And we could dedicate 2 hours of every single finance meeting to finding efficiencies in government. And in fact, I have a line item or a legislation to sponsor turning our Budget Advisory Committee into our Budget Advisory and Government Efficiency Committee. And our FERC meetings shouldn't just be spent on how to spend money, but how to be more efficient with the money that we already take in. Okay, so while we are making tremendous amounts of efforts, and I've never seen this from a Miami Beach government. I agree, we turned around and we landed on $1 billion budget over the years, and that is not acceptable. I will not be okay with that, and I will continue those efforts. But to sit here and say that we should vote no on a budget at 6 p.m. and then have the state come in here, but even more importantly than that, we won't be able to pay our bills tomorrow. We won't be able to pay payroll. We're going to ask our police and our firefighters and our public safety officers to come in telling them they're not guaranteed a paycheck. Okay? Our police officers, if we vote no on this budget, have no guarantee they get a paycheck. So we're going to ask them to come in and keep our city safe, telling them we have no ability to pay them. Okay? So I hear our taxpayers loud and clear. We all happen to be one of them, right? And we are going to continue on these efforts to be more efficient with our budget. And if you've seen our meetings over the past year, 2 years, or even when I called in, that is one of my biggest personal prerogatives. But you have to do so in a smart fashion. And to roll back our millage rates, if that was a true intention of this body or any individual, that would have started months ago, not at 6 p.m. when we have to have a budget signed in 6 hours.
And Mr. Chair, may I comment on that?
Yes.
I love the fact that there are 7 of us who come from different perspectives and have additive ideas to try to make the end goal better. I mean, that's what we're all here for. I mean, 4 of us ran at the same time to try to make things better. Well, all of us ran it when we ran to make things better. But David, Joe, and I were elected as neophyte commissioners to make things better because we share a lot of the concerns that we have heard today. But I will tell you that as an elected official, one of the most important things that you can do with your platform is to advocate for the greater good. And there are a lot of ways to be additive to the greater good. If you think something isn't going the way you want it to, talk about it. Come to the budget meetings. Come to the workshops. Come to the FERC meetings. I couldn't make one of the budget meetings because I was at a wedding. I called in. I wasn't here, but I was part of that meeting. You better be sure of it, because that is one of the most important responsibilities we have. We are a $1 billion business. And if any of us is taking it lightly with performative emails the morning of the day that we're supposed to make this official, as my colleague said, and as I'm sure you'll hear from most of my other colleagues, those are real concerns that are raised, as our callers have raised, that we ran on, that we all here share, that Joe and others on this body are working to ameliorate over the next few years. But to put everything that we are as a city at risk for the sake of I'm not sure what the motivation is irresponsible. And I think that is a disservice to the community. You know, we heard people talking about a $42 million park that is really spectacular. And yeah, it's expensive. Do you know how long it took to get that park built? Over 30 years. And do you know how we funded it? The taxpayers were asked, hey, we can build a park here. This is kind of what it's going to look like. We're not entirely sure, but if you're interested in having a park here, it's going to cost $42 million. I don't remember how much was in the GO bond, but would you like to have a park here? And overwhelmingly, the city taxpayer said, yes, please, I will give you some more of my taxpayer dollars to fund this park. So yeah, it's an expensive park. It's absolutely spectacular. If you haven't been there, you should, go as soon as this is over. But we chose to tax ourselves that park. Now, that's not the same thing with everything that's in the budget, which is why there has been so much discussion about how do we see from the ground up every line item? How do we get to the granularity? Because there are probably things in here that are holdovers from past initiatives that are no longer necessary, or directions that we're no longer going in, or things that we no longer prioritize, and we are working to get there. But to say, at the 11th hour and the 59th minute and the 59th second, it's irresponsible to pass this budget and we're not going to do it, and, that's what's irresponsible.
Yes, just to echo some of the sentiments. Again, just to reiterate, we're not raising the tax rate known as the millage rate. We have started tightening our belts, and we're going to continue to do so as Commissioner Magazine, and that's why I'm very pleased that you're chairing the Finance Committee, and I like your name change as well, so to focus on efficiencies, and we're doing that. We're going to continue to do that. The problem with cutting and slashing at the last minute, as I think is obvious, is we do offer some great services in our city, and I hear it all the time from our residents. You call 911, the phone call is answered, and police come quickly. Fire comes quickly. Public Works, wherever department you call. So I am agreeing that there are efficiencies that we can do, but the wholesale cut at the last minute, we got to be very careful, because our residents rightly demand that we provide first-class services, which we do. So it has to be done deliberately, and we'll get it done, and we'll do it. And partly it's been started. That's part of this process. We mandated some cuts as part of this process. And unlike, I'm not going to start naming it, but the county had to do it. The county had to slash departments and a lot to get down. We didn't have to do that, because despite some of the extra expenditures, we are at the point now where we do have a balanced budget that if our body concurs, we can pass today in compliance with state law.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you. Developers and special interests too often in City Hall get our full attention. And the residents, the very people who live here, raise families here, and pay the bills here, feel ignored, as we've seen today. We may hear them, but do we really listen to them? I'm here today to be their voice. Today alone, over 60 Miami Beach residents emailed me. Not a single one said, please raise my taxes. Instead, they talked about the very same things we all worry about: skyrocketing housing costs, crumbling infrastructure, and a city government that just keeps on getting bigger and more bloated. And you don't have to take my word for it. The truth is right in the title of the resolution. Final ad valorem millage of 5.702 mils, which is 6.5% more than the rolled back rate. 6.5%. That's more than double the official inflation rate of 2.9.
At that pace, our city budget will double in just 10 years. Tell me, how many families in Miami Beach can afford to double their housing spending in 10 years? If we can't, why should government? This kind of growth isn't just reckless, it's unsustainable. If residents have to tighten their belts, so should City Hall. The truth is, another downturn will come to Miami Beach. We're already seeing signs in the housing market. Prices are softening, homes sitting longer. We can't keep pretending everything is fine while digging deeper into taxpayers' pockets and expecting them to carry the burden. It's time to cut inefficiencies, trim the fat, and get back to basics, fixing our infrastructure and protecting housing affordability. Because let's be honest, we can't fund every program in the world. But if our streets are flooding, our buildings are crumbling, and our residents can't afford to stay here, then what good is it? We already know we are already the only major city in Florida that's losing population. Let that sink in for a minute. And why? Because people can't afford to live here anymore. That should shake every single one of us awake. And before I close, I want to make sure the voices of residents who couldn't be here tonight are still heard. I'd like to read into the record some of their comments, real concerns from people who may not be able to stand at this podium or be able to call into Zoom and want their voices represented. I'm just going to pick a few. Good morning. I have been a resident of Miami Beach for 22 years and have seen how we are being forced out of the city because of the high cost of HOAs, fees, and taxes. I'm close to retirement and would like to continue living on Miami Beach, but if these costs continue to rise, I will be forced out as well. Please keep in mind when voting for this millage rate tonight. Hello, everyone. As everyone knows, property values have decreased significantly since COVID outbreak, during which Miami real estate prospered. My proposed property value decreased from last year, but my taxes will increase. Please explain that. If I have one vote, I vote against this tax increase. My name is Gershon Seppin, and I'm born and raised in Miami Beach. My family and I are owner-occupants in the Lakeview neighborhood. I also own a condo at South Beach. It is rented to a really wonderful couple, a doctor and a nutritionist, who are great tenants and just really great people. They exemplify who any city would wish as residents. The city's proposal to raise property taxes is a burden on people like myself, our tenants, also lifelong South Florida residents. Here's why. Despite a few years of increased rents, the real estate market has started to soften. Maybe not for the ultra-rich, but definitely for us regular folk. 6 months ago, I lowered the rent of my unit, a rate that was competitive to begin with, in order to keep my tenants from leaving. There is no chance I'll be able to pass these costs on for the next several years, even if I wanted to. The city of Miami Beach needs to figure out how to reduce waste and government bloat, not keep taxing its constituents. Please let me know what we can do to prevent this increase from happening. I have a whole stack of this, okay? A whole stack. And for those of you who are complaining about waiting to the 11th hour, let me remind you, March 19th, 2025, this is an item that I sponsored, referral to the Finance and Economic Resiliency Committee to discuss implementing a flat budget with a CPI adjustment to fully fund infrastructure, lower property taxes, and control general fund spending. Where is that? Where is that? I have another one. Hold on, I have another one. June 25th.
Budget retreat meetings.
June 25th.
You didn't even show up.
June 25th.
You didn't even show up to the budget retreat meetings. Two of them.
Excuse me.
So don't
I am
ask me
speaking.
where it is at
Excuse me.
first.
I'm speaking. Don't interrupt me. Referral to the Finance and Economic Committee to discuss possible institution of a temporary hiring freeze for non-essential positions. Where are these? Where are these? They're not being called. No one is taking up on it. And so for anyone here to sit and lecture me that I'm waiting till the 11th hour is ridiculous. And it's offensive. And it's offensive to the voters here. Now, you know, I can see why the state of Florida wants to cut property taxes. I can see that. I can see why. Because we just keep on spending and spending and spending. And then for us to say, well, it's the 11th hour, I'm ready to stay here all night and save $20 million. I don't know about you guys, but I could stay here all night and figure out exactly what we can do to save $20 million. Maybe we save $10 million. Maybe we cut it in half. Let's do it. I don't mind. I have nowhere to go. I'm here. I want to save the city some money. And I can start with a perfect example. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Okay? Cultural Arts Council grant recommendations for fiscal year 24-25. For those of you listening, do you know that we spend $1 million a year in giving cultural institutions grants from the city of Miami Beach? 600,000 of that goes to out of the city groups. Ballet Flamenco La Rosa, Armor Dance Theater, Miami Hispanic Ballet Group, Peter London Global Company, Italian Film Festival, Miami Short Film Festival. I mean, there's a whole list. We spend $600,000 a year, and worse, we have to hire someone, full-time, pension and benefits, to give these grants out every year, and it ends up being the same amount of money every single year. Every single year we give out the same thing, and we have to pay someone a full pension and benefit salary just to give out this money. We spend $1 million a year. We can cut this today. Okay? What other things do we spend on that's ridiculous? Just the other day, we talked about.
How about we actually
just
go
excuse
through the
me?
line-
Just the
no.
other day,
Actually,
we
hold
spend
on.
we spend
How about we
we
go
spend
through the
money
line
on.
items?
Listen,
I'm sorry, I'm
you know,
the
when I
chair.
first got elected, the one thing.
Commissioner Suarez, the chair of the meeting wants
If
to
you
speak.
actually want to cut spending, as I suggested, and as I started last budget meeting, why don't we go through instead of just calling them out?
Let's
Okay?
go right now. I'm ready to stay. You guys ready to
I
stay?
think we are.
I'm ready to
I
stay
am
right
giving
now and
every-
save money.
I am giving every single one of my colleagues the chance to be heard. And as I said last meeting, as I did last meeting, okay, as I spent the time during these retreats and meeting with our CFO and meeting with our city manager, I did that. Did you? Okay? I went line item by line item talking about what we could cut. And we're going to go through on a line item by line item basis. So what I'm suggesting, you raise a lot of good points. If there are things that we should be cutting, and this is the process that I laid out last meeting, propose it and we take a vote. It's very simple. We put together the items that have been recommended, and if we keep them, people can vote to keep them. To delete them, people can vote to delete them. And while I didn't mean to cut you off, instead of just talking about it, let's actually put legislation, just as we started doing last meeting, and continue that.
Am I allowed to speak now?
Yes, you continue. No, Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Is he gonna finish?
Commissioner Suarez, are you?
Yeah, what?
No, you continue.
You're gonna finish and then I go.
Look, I'm sorry if I seem a little passionate about this. Okay. I knocked on over 5,000 doors, and a lot of it was in North Beach. And there was a lot of people that would just cry on my shoulder and say, I've lived here all my whole life and I can't afford to live here. And what can you help me with? And so, excuse me when I get upset when someone says this is not a tax increase. It is a tax increase. It's only going with inflation. It's double the inflation rate. And we have a balanced budget. That's a state mandate. Those are not things to be proud of. What I think would be proud of is if we can go back to the rolled back millage rate of 5.5114, and we figure out how exactly we're going to cut whatever bloated fat that we don't need anymore, that isn't going to be added to our infrastructure, capital improvements, then I'm ready to roll up my sleeves here and figure out what we can remove. Okay? I'm very passionate about this. Sorry I let it get the best of me, but you know, I understand this is, you may think that this is the 11th hour, but I just read to you 2 items that I've been talking about since June and March, and I was dismissed. I think it was on a slide that staff has put and said, this is why that we can't do this. You know, there's just so much waste here. And it's sickening. It's sickening. And I think, listen, I think above and beyond what we can cut, I think we need to look deeper and find out exactly what more can we cut. And I want everyone to remember, a large part of this is because of the union contracts. Okay? They were a significant part of this. I was the only one who really railed against these contracts because I saw what was coming. And I want everyone to know, I want the police officers to know, this is not me going after police pay. I wanted to have a contract that's more fair and balanced to the city, that's more merit-based, that doesn't automatically give pay increases, because at this rate, we cannot sustain our government. So, look, Commissioner Magazine, this is your meeting. I'm here to, I'd like to, if this is $20 million, let's find $20 million to cut today. I mean, there's some really low-hanging fruit, like sister cities. I don't know how much we spend on sister cities and trips. I mean, that's ridiculous. The Chamber of Commerce used to make do with, I think, $10,000. I don't know, Jason, how much are we spending on sister cities now?
We have to check.
Roughly, what are we spending on sister cities and their trips and hosting delegations? I think it's to the tune of at least $100,000, and that's something that we're going to be spending every year. We don't need to do that, okay? We don't need to spend $1 million a year on
But just to
cultural
correct the
grants.
record, because now you're lying, it's $40,000. And I'd also be remiss if not sharing what a phony our colleague is. Thanks to him, he cost the city taxpayers $10 million to the Homeless Trust because he took something off the ballot while the voters were in the process of voting. And as a result of that big bomb with the county, guess what happened? It's going to cost us in the future over $80 million. We had to clean up that mess thanks to him. So let him be here, phony, acting all righteous, but it's not true. He's cost us more than any other commissioner on the dais.
If I could be allowed to continue, thank you. Actually, what that was a 1% additional tax on our small businesses that I wanted to repeal so that it wouldn't go to another government agency where they would have spent money and nothing would have been able to come into return.
And instead, we had to pay $10 million thanks to you. Thank you.
And also, for the record, it was a ballot item that voters were supposed to vote on. It was not the commission's purview to make that decision. It was in the voters' hands during an active election. Let's just set the record straight. I don't disagree with the premise that maybe there was a better way to address the problem. No one's disputing that. The process in which it was taken off during an active election and then relationships blown up instead of working together to make things better, I think is the point that's being made here.
If I'm the villain for opposing height and rate increases and taxes on our small businesses and residents, I guess I'm that villain. I don't know why I'm getting vilified for that.
You're the villain for costing us $80 million.
One at a time,
Thank you.
one at a time, please.
Excuse me, I'm asking to speak. I've been afforded to speak. Please wait your turn, okay? So, and look,
No,
If I have-
but Commissioner, I will say, when a comment is made and there's a point of order to make a correction, that is allowed, and that's why I allowed it to go.
Sure.
Commissioner Suarez.
Again, if I'm the bad guy for opposing tax increases to unjustly other government bureaucrats in the county, which, by the way, was supposed to sign an agreement with us that they were going to give us all the money back, they did not. And I averted a disaster for an infinite tax to our residents and our small businesses.
Again.
So that,
for- to
again,
correct-
hey, let me finish,
excuse me,
please.
no,
Excuse me.
Commissioner Bott. Commissioner Bott.
Just for the record, nobody's disputing that there were major problems with agreements that didn't get signed and all kinds of things and issues. Nobody's disputing those facts. Nobody's saying you're a villain for trying to make things better, but taking it out of the hands of the voters where it had been put by law, by the way, all of us, we agreed to the language on the ballot.
Let's not relitigate that.
Again,
Yeah,
I
let's
don't
not
know.
No,
relitigate this.
I
made the
just,
points. Commissioner-
I just want I just want for the record I want the record to be reflected accurately, that's all.
Commissioner Suarez, and please, Commissioner Suarez, let's try to.
Thank you. Look.
Commissioner Fernandez is next.
I'd like us all to stay here and figure out what other things we can cut that is completely unnecessary for our taxpayers. It's 5 o'clock, 5:30, 6 o'clock. I'm ready to stay at least a couple hours and figure that out. I don't know about you guys, but it doesn't matter if this is the 11th hour. This is our last opportunity to save taxes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the things that residents tell us all the time, especially when they move from other areas to Miami Beach, is the services that they get, the level of service that they get, the responsiveness that they receive. I know that in unincorporated Dade County, where I grew up and where my parents live, when they've had to call for police service, they might not get a police officer sent to their home today if their car gets broken into. They might get someone sent tomorrow to do an after-the-fact report. They don't get the parks that Miami Beach residents get. They don't get the educational enhancements that the students in Miami Beach get through the general fund that we all pay, which goes above and beyond what the school system provides. They don't get the level of sanitation that Miami Beach residents get. They don't get the extra trolley services that Miami Beach residents get. They don't get the grass cut as frequently on the swales and public areas as frequently as Miami Beach residents get. They don't get the level of homeless services the way the Miami Beach residents get it. In other areas, homeless numbers have gone up. In Miami Beach, they have gone down. In 2023, we were at 235 homeless individuals. Today, we've dropped those numbers to 122. If we get services in Miami Beach, I call them concierge services, that no other government in South Florida offers its residents, because its residents have asked for these services. That's why we have this budget. Mr. Manager, under the budget that we have today, before us today, what is the average increase that the average homesteaded property would be experiencing?
So we have two numbers presented in our budget memo.
What is the average increase?
So the average increase for a median homesteaded home is $51 for the average home price, which includes all of the homes that may be significantly higher in price. That average would be $149.
$149.
2/3 of our residents are renters, and that they're not going to
Commissioner,
feel
I didn't
that.
interrupt you. So, we have to put it into perspective. Year after year, I understand this accumulates and it affects affordability in our city, and I think we're all concerned about that. But ultimately, we need to continue making sure that our budget provides for a safe city, a clean city, a resilient city, that provides for the cultural programming that our residents are asking for, that provides for the educational services our residents are asking for, that provides for the new trolleys that our residents are asking for, or improved headways, or, we want shared use paths. That all these things have to get paid for somewhere. And it's not projects that we bring forward. It's all projects that the community comes asking us to advance. Before we really go into the weeds about fiscal year 26, I want to know where we are in fiscal year 25. Where do we stand today as it relates to fiscal year 25? Are we running at a deficit in fiscal year 25? Are we running at a surplus? Where do we stand today? Because I want to make sure that we get fiscal year 25 in order and squared away before we start talking about fiscal year 26. So where do we stand today as it relates to fiscal year 25?
If I could ask our CFO and our budget director to answer that?
Sure, thank you. Commissioner, based on the Q3 projection, we're projecting to have approximately 11.899 million of a surplus in the general fund for FY '25.
So we project that as part of the current fiscal year, we're going to have $11 million in surplus.
Correct.
Okay, is that after we meet our obligations with reserves? Or is that, or do we need to set money aside after those $11 million for reserves?
That's after we set aside for reserves.
So after reserves, we have $11 million surplus in the current fiscal year.
Projected.
Projected, yeah.
Projected. That money does not belong to us. That money belongs to whom? To the taxpayers, to the residents of the city of Miami Beach. And I think as we head into the next fiscal year and we see, well, we're keeping the millage flat, but we don't control the property valuations. If your taxes go up, it's because there's another government that's independent of the city that values your properties. And that's an elected position. And that elected position is the one that determines your property value. And that is what is making your property taxes go up. It's not our millage rate. Our millage rate has been flat. It is the other elected offices that are causing your property taxes to go up. And there is a process to appeal that and to challenge that valuation. But today, we are sitting here with $11 million that don't belong to us, Mr. Manager. And I firmly believe that that $11 million, given everything we have heard from our constituents today, from our residents and those who have placed their trust in us, should be going back to the residents of the city of Miami Beach. Do we have a mechanism of getting this surplus and sending it back to our residents?
So I would have to rely on the city attorney.
So about 20 years ago, the city had done a dividend that went back to homeowners and used surpluses to fund those dividends. So that would be a mechanism, if this body wanted to go down that path, to send money back to some of our residents.
I mean, as I see it today, if we get these $11 million and we send these $11 million back to these people that are going to be experiencing a $149 increase because of the budget that we have in front of us, those same people who are going to be experiencing that $149 increase, if we were to send these $11 million back to them, they could potentially be getting in the mail a $700 refund from the city of Miami Beach.
Sign me up.
And that's money that doesn't belong to us. That is money that belongs to the residents, to the taxpayers of our city. And we cannot go into a new fiscal year telling residents, hey, listen, your tax bill might go up not because of us, but because of another government, without sending back to the residents the surplus money that we collected from them. So I would like to make a motion today to direct our administration, our city manager, our city attorney to work on policy so that this $11 million that we collected extra, because this is extra money that we collected that we did not spend, that is their money, that we send it back to the residents of our city.
Can I co-prime with you?
Yeah, 100. Anyone that
as
wants to
will I.
join me. Anyone?
I have a question. Just how this works. If this goes to just, and I'm not challenging, I'm just trying to understand, this goes back to homesteaded
Property owners.
So is there a way that, because a lot of our residents are renters, so how do we?
I think maybe staff figures that out and comes to some.
Can I say-
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
If you really want to help the majority of people who live here and rent here, then we would just roll back the millage rate in tune to those $11 million.
No,
Because if you
I
keep the
completely
millage
disagree
rate-
with you,
Well,
because when you
let
roll
me
back the
explain-
millage
well, can
rate,
I
you're
didn't
gonna-
interrupt. Let me
Yeah.
explain why
Yeah.
to you. If you send this out, it's going to go to the property owner, like he said. But the increase, the 10% increase, okay, or whatever that average increase is going to be, is going to be passed on to the renter. And if you send that money out to the landlords, they're not necessarily going to see it. But if you roll back the millage rate, then we put ourselves in a position to not have such a bloated budget, and we will have to cut in coming years. Like then you're doing everybody a favor year over year. What we should do, if we were to roll back for the to account for these $11 million, what would the new millage rate be? And then we could actually lower the millage rate, lower the tax rate for everyone, and then, the renters will not be getting this increase passed on.
Well, but then
to
you have
them.
to do that as part of the discussion of the next fiscal year. But I'm saying in the current fiscal year today,
Yes, but if you keep the millage rate the same, you are in effect taxing everyone. Even if you send back a check, you're still taxing the majority of people who live in the city in these commercial rental properties. So you're not helping the people who rent, you're just helping landlords across the city that probably don't need that money. I mean, I just want to find something that makes sense. And if you cut the millage rate this year, okay, then you really are doing us a service, because next year, even if we were to maintain it the same, we would be at a lower budget. We'd be cutting it by $11 million.
And I think Jason-
And can I
Yeah.
wait, this is the first time that
well,
I've
I
spoken,
was
and I
making a
didn't.
motion. I was in the middle of making a motion,
I know,
and
but
you stepped in
yes,
the
but
middle
this
of my
motion to me doesn't make that much sense.
I know, but it's still a motion that's on the table and that's seconded.
Which I've seconded. Jason, can you provide us some guidance here?
Yeah, thank you. Commissioners, so I think my understanding of the idea is to use the 25 surplus, which we're using the number $11 million, to send a rebate check. Like I recall it 20 years ago getting my check as a new homeowner. That would go to homesteaded properties. The concern, obviously, is if you just say, don't send back a rebate check, but use that one-time money to reduce a
lower the millage.
recurring revenue of such substantial amounts of the millage will 100% seriously exasperate a deficit issue we'll have in the future going on. So it would make the 27 budget extremely difficult. It would probably have some radical rollbacks of
But we can get surpluses. Again, if we have surplus, if we collect surplus, we can send it back to
Yeah, and
the residents.
And if I can, Commissioner, I think that's what the commissions did 20 years ago, is they used, I think as the city attorney said, it's a one-time money, because if the money's not there, you don't have to do it, or you determine there's other purposes, because we have, commission policy, the surplus is used for capital dollars, but if the commission determines that a better and highest use this year, because of the circumstances of what's going on in the world, it's better to not allocate those dollars to capital programs. They could override their policy and distribute it as a one-time rebate, but cutting it as a recurring is extremely difficult.
And I'm all for putting a set aside, because tenants, you all know how much I have advocated for tenants since my first day as an elected official. Advocating for tenants has been core to the work that I have done as a commissioner, and perhaps we can put a set aside. We can get a set aside of the $11 million to work on an assistance for tenants. We would have to speak with our city attorney if we can do that or not.
Now in the October 29 meeting, we could look at a number of different options along those lines.
All right, so I would like us to make a motion on this, because I think.
Well, we have a motion in a second, so we can call the
Can I
vote.
just get more clarity first? Mr. CFO, so essentially to roll back the millage, we'd need about 17 million?
It would be
21?
21 million. I think the motion that's on the table is not looking at the current millage, which again, I think as the mayor said, we have a balanced budget, a budget that was actually in surplus in July, and we actually cut an additional $2.5 million. I think a lot of it, based on discussions with yourself. So we actually did do cuts in the general fund resort tax of $2.5 million. And so I think that has that budget set. But the idea would be using the one-time dollars from the 25 surplus projected that we have, so that in November, when it is materialized, that 11, let's say if the number is exactly 11 million, that 11 million can be determined to be used, I guess, either as a resident, homestead resident rebate or some other type of
So
assistance
what we could
program.
also do right now, and you hit the nail on the head, you made a point that we've already cut $2.5 million in this budget process, right? And we have an $11 million surplus. So if we would pass this motion to send back a rebate check for our surplus, every single dollar that we go through tonight, every single dollar that we go, you know what? We don't want the guy in the garage teaching karate class for $330. That goes back to our residents, right? So right now, we're starting with $11 million. And every decision that we make up here tonight to reduce further, that rebate check to our residents gets even larger.
But that would be next year's rebate check, because this is next year's budget.
You are right, yep.
If I can-
But I take your
yes.
point, yes.
I know, Commissioner, if I can, I know we've had discussions that if there was going to be any adjustments from the additional reduction efficiency line items, that you had interest in having that set aside as an additional budget stabilization to ensure that the 27 budget, which we may think have more difficulties, be more successful in being balanced and not have to roll back, programs, public safety and things along those lines. So that could be a way that a commission could go if they decide to go down some of these line item cuts.
Yeah, and Commissioner Rosing, I will just caveat that the county found themselves in this position where it was either last year or 2 years ago, they rolled back their millage rate. And then they had a $400 million hole that was disastrous.
It's a very politically popular thing to do, and it's a very dangerous thing, because in essence, we're putting future bodies, eventually, we're all facing a term limit, but then people come in and they need to deliver services, and then raising the millage rate is always difficult. I think when we have this extra money, we need to deliver to the public, we need to build the public's trust. And we need to show them, okay, we collected this money, we had extra money, it doesn't belong to us, rather than spending it on something shiny and new. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna send it back to you because we want you to know we respect you, we understand. We have condominium owners, homesteaded owners of condominiums in our city who are facing incredible challenges with assessments. If we can send them, and we project this at $11 million, it's about $700 that we will be sending to these property owners. That's gonna help a lot of people in our city. We have a lot of people who are living paycheck to paycheck and facing immense and mounting costs because of all these new regulations that have been imposed on condominiums. Look at what's happening to the Raven. I mean, the Raven literally, he's facing, literally foreclosure, with a GoFundMe. $776 would make a tremendous difference to someone like the Raven.
So,
Mr. Chair.
to your
Commissioner Ball, I
point,
think Commissioner Suarez.
there are, everyone thinks of condo owners as being wealthy people, but there are plenty of people who bought condos here 20, 30 years ago or inherited from their parents and, and have a lovely place to call home in Miami Beach, but they are not super wealthy people, and they are facing the challenges that everybody who lives in Miami Beach faces, where sure, they have a place that's their own, but they still have to deal with the assessments and the condo fees and the insurance rates that the state is not really doing a great job of managing how to do that in a more equitable and stepped manner, right? So all of a sudden, people who thought they had their finances more or less under control, they had a steady job or retirement, but now they're being blindsided. So let's remember when we talk about condo owners that it's not just wealthy condo owners. Sure, there are plenty of those, and I'm not overly worried about those folks. I'm really worried about the folks who've been living here for 30 years and all of a sudden have to find resources to, on fixed incomes in some cases, or, on jobs where they don't get 30% raises every year, to try to fill the hole. And to your point, Commissioner Fernandez, it's not just that elected officials face term limits and it's the next elected officials to be worried about more, and I think this is what you're getting at. The bigger issue, I think, is that it puts future residents at risk, because elected officials will have to make the hard choices and will have to pay the taxes, but at the end of the day, the residents will have to decide, do they want their trash picked up once a week or every 2 weeks, right? Or are they okay with fire department folks coming in 15 to 20 minutes instead of 3 to 7 minutes? Or, we used to have an incredible flourishing arts and culture scene here in Miami Beach, which generates a huge amount of economic development. I mean, you just have to look at the numbers. I know there are a lot of folks who think it's not useful, but if you look at the generated income and revenue to the city from arts and culture institutions, it makes a huge difference. So I don't want to put future residents, whether it's in 2 years, 4 years, or 15 years, in the situation of having to give up things that they chose to move to Miami Beach for, or are very happy to be paying their taxes for, like a park, or, the fact that their kid can go to a really pretty good public school.
We do have a motion and a second, but Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, and I just want to add to that, when you tie the hands of the community in the future that way, I've seen this happen in other communities, actually right here in Miami-Dade County, where they went in and a body years ago lowered the millage rate quite tremendously. Then the future bodies that came in had to provide services. And they were faced, okay, well, we don't want to increase millage. What did they have to end up doing? They had to go to the perimeters. They had to increase the folios, increase the tax base in order to meet the ends meet. They had to go in and overdevelop, in essence, their community in order to then generate the taxes that they needed in order to provide the services. And that's how communities have had to deal with this around South Florida when they've gone in and lowered their property taxes. They lowered their property taxes, but then years later, the new government, when they need to figure out, okay, well, how do we make ends meet? Well, the way that they make ends meet is by increasing the amount of folios upon which they leverage taxes. That's not something that in Miami Beach we believe in doing, because we believe in maintaining a low-scale community. We believe in maintaining the character of our community, and we never want to put the community in that situation. We want to leave a legacy that we are a low-scale, a beautiful Art Deco community that is not overdeveloped. And those are the challenges that other communities throughout South Florida have faced, and the difficult decisions they've had to deal with. So anyways, I made a motion. I think we should direct our city administration and our city attorney to work on policy to bring forward, so that this surplus money that we have is not our money, is the residents' money, and we should be sending it back to them. And if there's a way to put a set aside for it to assist tenants, I would like us to explore that and to bring that back at the next meeting.
I think the most.
Wait, Commissioner Suarez and Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Thank you. I think the most fair way to do that is to roll back the millage rate. I don't know if we want to have a set aside for a process of giving to tenants, some tenants. I don't think we should be cherry picking. I think if we're going to help homesteaded, we should also help non-homesteaded people. Like I said, 2/3 of our residents are renters here. And some of these renters have been here for 20, 30 years. They're not going to be, to say that, well, maybe they're going to get it with some set aside. I think the most fair thing to do, and the most clear and transparent thing to do, is to roll back the millage rate. And so, look, not only that, not only the $11 million, but I think we should find $9 extra million to cut, and make so that it's 20 total. And then use that to lower back the millage, and use that number to use back the, to roll back the millage rate to $20 million. So if we have 11 that we have a surplus, let's find 9. I'm sure we can figure that out today. And then let's roll back the millage rate so everyone gets a benefit to this to what we're doing today.
But this motion relates to fiscal year '25, and of these $11 million that we have in fiscal year '25. It's not about fiscal year '26, it's about sending this extra dollars that we've collected and that we project to have by the end of the quarter, sending that back to the residents. Because I think before we tell people, hey, listen, you might be encountering an average increase of $149, we need to tell them, well, what are we gonna do with the extra money that we already collected from you? And that's money that we've already collected, that we anticipate having extra of. And I think the only right thing to do is, we're really looking to take care of our taxpayers, is we're gonna send you the money back. It's not ours. It should be yours to keep, especially when utilities, people have called about utilities. Well, by the way, that utility increase, it's not our utility increase. The city of Miami Beach, we put a freeze on the utility rate increase. That is Miami-Dade County. That is a pass-through rate, not from the city of Miami Beach. If your utility rate is going up, it's because that's being passed through to you by Miami-Dade County. And by the way, someone called during the public comments about her building taxes going up. She lives in that building. She could be getting a homestead exception for the part of the building that she's living in. She has not sought that homestead exception, and I've made my office available to her to help her get that homestead exception for the portion of the building that she's living in. And she's decided not to do that. And that's why her property taxes are going up so much, because she's not benefiting from services that are available to her. And if her rent roll is going down, there's also a process to appeal her property value to decrease the amount of taxes that she should be paying. And that's Valerie. And I've spoken to Valerie about this, and I told Valerie to contact our office because we would help her with that.
I did that for my own property taxes and got it decreased significantly. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, and let's call the vote.
Is there a way to issue a check to renters too? Is there a way to find out who our resident renters are and who our homesteaded renters are, and then issue a check to everyone?
I could say that from the homesteaded properties, we would have that information through the property tax rolls. But as for who's a tenant, the government does not track who tenants are in this city. So we would not have any kind of comprehensive list about that. Could a tenant assistance program be created in somewhere where people would register and such? I guess that could be a possibility, but that would take some work, I think, to figure out the parameters of said program.
And I will say, Mr. CFO, it is actually much more equitable doing a rebate, because if we roll back the millage, if we're truly concerned about renters, right, that just goes to the landlords. We have no idea if they go and pass that through. When I had a landlord, that guy wasn't going to pass it through to me if he got a few $100s of cost savings. But if we are sending dividend checks, rebate checks, because we did tighten our belts in '25, we made tough decisions. Enough? Perhaps not. But we're down that track and we're going to make even more. But we did tighten our belts, and we have $11 million that we can send back. We can send it directly to the residents, because if we roll back the millage, that just goes to the landlords. And there's no guarantee if that gets passed through to the actual people that are paying those rental checks.
And by the way, when we do a rollback rate, you end up cutting services. Services ultimately that are for the most vulnerable people, who the reality is that those are tenants. A lot of the people who benefit from the programs that a rollback rate would cut would in fact be some of the most vulnerable populations in Miami Beach. And that is part of what we need to keep in mind. If we really are concerned about tenants live, for the most part, they're living with fixed incomes, and they depend on the after-school programs that we provide. They depend on the meal services that our city provides. They don't get to experience cultural programming if it's not for some of the cultural public benefits that our city offers. So when we roll back the rate, yes, by one part, we might say we are helping tenants. Make no mistake about it, when you roll back the rate, you're also taking away a lot of services from the tenants as well.
I'd like to
Commissioner
chime
Suarez.
in. I mean,
And then let's call the vote.
yeah, look, it's, when you lower taxes, everyone benefits. I just, it's crazy to me to say that we need to raise taxes so that people can have more benefits. I mean, sure, it's great, but at the end of the day, everyone wants to just save more money. That's everyone. You know, it's not a program that they can benefit from. These are dollars that people need to eat and survive. Okay? Like, I want to do something that's more beneficial. And look, Commissioner, I'm still a little lost here. This $11 million is for 25. What are we going to do for next year? So what are we going to do to cut back the taxes for next year?
And that's what Commissioner Magazine is mentioning.
And I just want to make sure that Jason here just said, there's no way to find out who's a tenant and how do we rebate that. But I know that if you roll back the millage rate, yes, some landlords may say, I'm not going to carry that on. But I just read on the record, Gershon, he says, you know, he loves his tenants. He wants to keep them there. And it certainly sounds like he's going to be the one to not pass on those costs by rolling back the millage. So, I mean, to blanketly say that, oh, well, you know, all landlords are not going to pass on these cost savings it's just immature. I think when you want to do something, you want to do it in a fair way. Let's do it in a fair way by rolling back the millage rate. I mean, look, just what kind of win do you think is going to happen out of this meeting? If we come out saying, yes, we're going to raise taxes for 26, but we're giving back a one-time trick pony for 25, people want to know that we're lowering taxes. And we're going to have to figure out how to do that. Let's do that so for everyone benefits. And I don't want to set up a program where we don't even know who 2/3 of the renters are that get this rebate check. We have to do it the most fair way. And that's by rolling back the millage rate.
Commissioner Suarez.
Sure.
Do you support doing the refund back as it relates to fiscal year 25? Because my point is, before we talk about 26, we need to dispense with 25. And we're projected to have an $11 million surplus. And that's what we're talking about. Before we talk about next year, what are we going to do with the money that we have left over from this year? And what I'm saying is, that money doesn't belong to us, it belongs to our residents. Let's send it back to our residents who gave us this money at the end of the day.
And I'm fully supportive, but I think it should be to all, both homesteaded and non-homesteaded. And the best way to do that is for the millage rate. To roll back the millage rate for 25.
Well,
Can I ask a clarification? If these two things are seemingly mutually exclusive, right? We can't do them both. So if we did it through a rollback over the millage rate, that would actually just be for next year. So would our taxpayers get any immediate relief?
If you change the millage rate, it would be reflective for their bill that they pay at the end of November through March, depending on when you pay property taxes. But again, if you lower the millage, we're going to be cutting recurring expenditures right now from the budget.
But just to be clear, this November or November 26th?
This November.
Yeah, this November. But I believe that the commissioner's idea about using the one-time surplus that will be appropriated in November, if that goes forward, then we'd be able to also, same thing, be able to cut checks back to the homesteaded residents sometime during the fiscal year. We have to cut 14,000 checks.
It's a homesteaded residence.
So let's put this into perspective. In Miami Beach, we have 55,289 folios. Okay?
What was it?
55,289. We collect property taxes from 55,289 folios. We have 14,173 of those that are homesteaded. So we can do two things. We can either choose to get this surplus that we have, that the residents have paid to the city, and divided with our 14,173 homesteaded property owners that are our residents that live here full-time, that deal with the impacts of tourism and all the special events, or we can give it to the 55,289 folios in Miami Beach that might include the multimillionaire developer, that might include the property owner that is keeping their property abandoned. You might be sending it back to a landlord who, I guarantee you, the landlord is not going to pass it back down to the tenant. There's no landlord that I know that the moment they have their rent at a certain height, unless the market forces them to bring it down, they're not gonna say, oh, thank you, City of Miami Beach. You sent me a check for $198. I'm gonna divide that check between my 12 tenants, and I'm gonna send each one of my 12 tenants $16 because you sent us this money back. They're not gonna do that. They're not gonna do that. But we know that today, we can say that this money that doesn't belong to us, we can give it back to the full-time residents. Many of them they're dealing with special assessments, they're dealing with increased insurance costs, they deal with the impacts of special events, they deal with the impacts of tourism. This money belongs to them.
You just said it, 14,500. There's 80,000 residents in Miami Beach. That's an eighth. I mean, you only
Those
want
are the
you only
homesteaded
want
properties.
I understand that, but you only want to give the benefit to an eighth of the people that live here? I don't. I think it should be more fair. I think if we're going to do this, well, first of all, do we need to do this at this meeting? Can we have a special meeting to discuss this particular rebate back? I think today we just have to discuss 2026.
If I can, Commissioner, the 25 surplus gets dealt with at a special commission meeting at the end of November when we deal with the rollover funds. Well, that's when they would be appropriated.
Then let's do that, Commissioner Fernandez. If you want to, we can have more time to bake this out, perhaps in a special finance meeting and discuss that.
But we have a motion in a second, so we're going to take the vote.
Well, do you want to withdraw your motion and maybe refer to a
I
finance meeting?
think, I want to know what we're doing with these $11 million from this year, with the money that we have right now that belongs to the residents, before we start talking about money that we still don't even have.
We have until, what, November what, Jason?
There's a November special commission meeting where the surplus gets appropriated.
We can make Commissioner, we can make a resolution today to have this item come up at the November special meeting for a rebate for the 2025 year. And we don't have to decide right now who cherry pick who gets it, but we can certainly say.
I think we need to agree that this money does not belong to us. This money should go back to the community. Before we talk about next year's budget, I think we need to make sure that we are clear, this money that we have right now should be going back to the community.
Commissioner Bott.
So I believe there's a motion on the table for an
Your
item
mic.
to be discussed, right, at the October meeting to recommend that the administration come back with a recommendation on how to do this. And I think that would be the appropriate time in advance of the November deadline to hash this out. I mean, we have a full year's budget to talk about, and, I think we're going to need all the time we can have. I think there is enough support to continue this conversation, and I would like to be added as a sponsor, if that's okay.
Sure.
And so I think there's a motion and a second, so let's.
The motion is second is to pass it today. I want to make sure it's a referral.
No, it's.
We can't pass it
It's
today.
not
We
to
have to
pass it
do it
today. It's
with
to
the
bring it
closeout
to-
of the budget. But I think we need to give direction because this requires logistics and they need direction so that they can figure out how they're going to do it. So I think we need to decide today, do we want to do this so that they can come back to us at the next meeting with the plan on how to get it done? But this is not our money. And if we're really talking about finding efficiencies, it starts by telling the people that we need to tax them an extra $149, that we can send them back $776. Because that's a position we're in today. We can actually be sending them back this money that belongs to them.
Ralph. Commissioner Magazine, then Ralph, call the vote.
Mr. CFO, I just need a quick primer on how taxes work, right?
You pay them.
We have, trust me, I know. We have 55,000 folios, and we have $11 million in surplus. So if we would send back a dividend or a rebate check for every folio, it's essentially $200 per household. So those people,
Not per household, per folio.
per folio.
So that might include shopping centers, that might include empty hotels, that might include short-term rentals.
So if we limited it to residential, right, we're under no obligation to do a rebate to commercial folios. So it'd actually be even more.
What about struggling businesses? What about the mom and pop shops who are also struggling, like on Lincoln
So
Road?
I'm going to continue.
They don't pay property tax.
if
They're
we
tenants.
essentially do a rebate check there, right? How taxes work in the progressive nature of them. The impoverished people that cried on my friend and colleague's shoulder in North Beach, they would get a $200 at minimum check. If we actually rolled back millage, right, aren't the people living in these 40, 50, $100 million homes going to see a lion's share of the savings? And those poor people up in North Beach, they're not going to get that $200 savings, right? They're going to get $15, okay? That's the way taxes work, okay? It'll be the multi-millionaire developer CEOs living in the $75 million homes that are saving a rounding error for them, okay? But it's going to be significant for everybody else. But those people up in North Beach who, I knocked on their doors as well, and I went into their homes, and they made me cafecito. They're not going to be seeing a $200 dividend, because when they're renting, one, there's no guarantee that that money gets passed through to them. And even if it does, the way progressive taxes work, the lion's share of savings is going to be seen by the 0.1%. And the minimus amount is going to flow through to our friends that are struggling the most.
Commissioner, just to that point, yes, property taxes are a progressive tax. So yes, it's all based on the value of your home. So if you have a $100 million home or a $10 million home, you pay more taxes versus someone that may have a homestead or, a property that's taxed at $100,000 or $200,000 or $300,000 or $400,000 will pay proportionately less. So that is correct. If there was a tax rate reduction, the majority of the dollars would go progressively down from the top.
I just want us to remember, we today have individuals who can no longer afford to live in the city, homeowners that live in condominiums who they want to sell their units. They can't find buyers to buy their units. They're dealing with tremendous assessments. And this money can help these people make ends meet at a time when the market is working against them. The market is working against these individuals. We have a lot of people on fixed incomes, and I think this is going to help a lot of those individuals who call us and say, what can you do to help me with my special assessment? I can't afford this. I'm being priced out. Well, here's something. Is it the greatest thing? Is it the biggest assistance we can give them? No, but it's their money. It's their money that we can put back in their pocket, and I don't think we should be holding it from them. I think it belongs best in their pockets.
But, Mr. Chair, I mean, look.
Call the vote. Ralph,
Well, go ahead, Commissioner.
Commissioner Suarez.
Okay,
You do realize, I hope, I think I'm relaying what residents are thinking. We've all made good points, really good points, but it's being repetitive at this point. So Commissioner Suarez, let's call the vote.
let's get in good standing. What is the motion, Rafael? You're on.
To direct the city administration to work with the city attorney's office to come back at the October meeting with a game plan to return the $11 million, or the anticipated approximately $11 million surplus to homesteaded properties. And if there's a way to build in something for renters, we will look into doing that.
I think I only get on board if we're able to essentially spread that to residential folios, right? I don't want it just going to, given the point I just made, I don't want it just going to homesteaded.
And I'll amend my motion to include that so we can work on that. Let's work on the item so that we can bring it at our next meeting.
Well, what would be the difference between a residential folio that you're saying and a homesteaded property? Homestead just means that somebody lives there full-time. That is a residential portfolio. You mean like renters too? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I want to include renters. I don't want to include the Fontainebleau.
Okay, but they can't homestead a commercial property. You can't.
No, but if we
homestead a
only
commercial
include
property.
homesteaded residents, then our renters are going to get no dividend check or rebate.
But how are you gonna spend a check to renters if we don't know who they are?
If we do, just
We have residential folios, correct? And, well, I mean, listen, we're not going to
I could
figure
just-
this out from the days. That's part of the referral.
This is a direction to
Yeah.
ask them to put together this plan so that they can bring it at the next meeting. But we, in essence, are agreeing that this extra money, we're not gonna spend it for something else. We are agreeing that this extra money, we want to direct it to send it back to the community, back to the people who paid it, our residents and taxpayers, and for them to come back with the most appropriate way for us as the steward and the fiduciaries of that money to give it back to those who entrusted this money on us. And that's what we're saying today. This money doesn't belong to us. We're not going to keep it. We were able to operate a more efficient government this year than what we anticipated, which is why we have an extra $11 million that we weren't counting on. And because of that, we're going to send it back. So come back at the next meeting with the plan, with a game plan on how to most fairly and equitably get this back to our residents.
Add me as a sponsor.
So we're all co-sponsoring. I just want to say, Commissioner Fernandez, that was brilliant. I didn't even know that we had that $11
No, I'm just
million in reserves. I thought,
It's not reserves, so it's surplus.
it's surplus.
We're meeting our reserves. We have commission policy that 25% has to go to our reserves. We're meeting our reserves. This is beyond the reserves. This is not ours. This is the taxpayers. We
And
shouldn't be
Commissioner, we're actually exceeding our reserve policy, correct? On both the general fund and the resort tax, where we have out for 2 months, and we're actually exceeding that for 3 months for the resort taxes, correct?
The policy is to have 3 months, 2 months as the emergency reserve is a requirement, and then the 1 month goal, 25%. So in total, we do meet the goal and the requirement and the goal.
But we have our highest general fund reserves, and the last 2 years, the highest resort tax reserves.
Correct, correct.
Well, I think you've seen the rise of a lot of single-family homes that are assessed and being built right now at $30 million, $40 million, $50 million. The North Bay Road alone, I think, has something like $1.8 billion in valuations. And we're seeing that right now in these new constructions. So the residents are definitely going to benefit from that.
Okay, can we call the vote?
That's exactly what we're going to do.
Please.
Ralph, take it away.
Yes, sir. So I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Mayor Minor. I've heard that Mayor Minor is listed as a co-prime sponsor. Everyone else is listed as a co-sponsor.
I'm a co-prime as well.
Me
So-
too, me too.
We make everyone a co-prime, co-prime everyone.
Well,
Got it.
actually, you should answer that.
I'm fine. We are one body and we work in unison.
So having said that, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion is approved 7-0. The item will come back on October 29th.
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Good idea.
R7A, first item on the agenda.
Yes, sir. R7A is a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, adopting the final ad valorem millage of 5.8702 mils for fiscal year 2026 for general operating purposes, which is 6 5/10 more than the rollback rate of 5.5114 mils, and 2, the debt service millage rate of 0.2779 mils. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R7A.
Commissioner Magazine.
So if, for those following at home, last meeting and in our budget discussions leading up to this, we directed the city manager to identify government efficiencies and cost savings metrics. And Mr. CFO, correct me if I'm wrong, but we went essentially line item by line item through that. I worked closely with your team. I know you worked with other commissioners, and we identified over $2.5 million of this budget that we cut. Is that correct?
Correct. Our general fund and resort tax, $2.5 million. There was a few $100,000 in other funds. I think the total will be 2.75 across all funds, but $2.5
And
million.
that is not
in
one-time
general.
payments. Every single year going forward, because of those items that we identified, those are the recurring cost savings each and every year we have already cut.
Correct.
And what I suggested, or actually gave direction to last meeting, is let's keep going. Because like I said, this is the taxpayer money, okay? So while me and my friend and colleague had a pretty heated debate, it really centered on how we went about this, not about the premise of doing so. And I think you've seen a pretty aligned commission in putting forward some of these measures. Now, I do believe how this process is laid out, we may be limited just because of the granularity that we have. But given the directive that I made during the budget process, we have Exhibit E right here of more money that we are able to save going forward for 2026. And I think we collectively agreed that we would essentially go item by item and take a vote on what stays and what goes. Is that your understanding, Mr. City Manager?
That is my understanding.
And that works with my colleagues here? We're essentially,
Well-
yep.
Most organizations create their budgets in the summer, correct? Dependent on the fact that they are budgeted in our budget. So if we begin cutting these items right now, are all the organizations that we support going to have a budget hole? And I think it's very fair to point out, because, you know, there's this boogeyman of the tax increase. But when you look at our overall budget this year, the main increases came from police and fire. Police were, let's see, $15 million, and then fire was $10,743,000. So, you know, $26 million in increase, nearly twice the mill. It's all coming from, it's all going to police and fire. I would like to point out some things before we start cutting line by line, because I looked at this budget very holistically. You know, code compliance went down by 1% this year, okay? And we're only going to spend $7.5 million on code compliance when we heap so much on them. Meanwhile, you have police at $166 million, 20 times code compliance. It's kind of crazy if you think about that allocation. I just want to put everything in perspective for you. We have $132 million budgeted for our fire department. In comparison, code compliance is only $7.5 million. One other thing that I would like to point out is one of the areas where I think we need more people than ever before is our capital improvements, because we're having a lot of problems in that department finishing these projects. I mean, I know that they're working so hard, and I'm not blaming that department, but we're seeing a decrease. We're spending less in code compliance. We're eliminating positions in code compliance. Our entire public works is $18 million. When we start to nickel and dime these budgets, these line items right now, when people have done their budgets, it's disingenuous, because when those contracts were signed, the city manager needed to come to us and say, this is going to bloat your budget by your operating budget by $26 million. And, you know, we said, oh, this is going to add $7 million here. But when I looked at the actual numbers of the $26 million operating bloat that will grow year over year, that represents 9% for fire and 10% for police. Now, I don't know if those were additional positions or if this was just part of the contract, but those are huge numbers. I'm not saying that I want to cut any police officer's salary, but did we know that when we signed these contracts and the administration that went in and, you know, negotiated these contracts, that these were going to swell the budget the way that they were, to the point where every other department is kind of reeling? And because when I look at every other department, apart from legal, by the way, legal got an additional 5%, but you were probably the only budget. The city clerk got 2.8% increase, but the city manager's office took a hit of 9%. So you cut 9% from your budget. Finance took 6% decrease. Most of our departments, marketing and communication, had a budget decrease. You know, so across the city, we've slashed a lot of departments. I want to say, thank goodness, facilities management was not slashed and you added money there. But I wanted to know, why is code compliance so anemic? And why are we not adding more to code when we expect so much of our code compliance department?
So I'm assuming that question is for me, Commissioner. I'm going to tell you that we work very closely with all of our department heads. We do ask a lot of all of our departments, and they are all out there many times, much more than 40 hours a week, delivering services for our community. And I work very closely with all of them to try to figure out how to right size to deliver the services that the residents expect and that you all have directed me to provide. And so this is my recommendation to move forward with this budget as presented, that has what I believe is the appropriate amount of services based on the expectations and my understanding of the direction of this commission.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Suarez.
Eric, how much new revenue are we getting back from the new properties that are coming online? What's the new tax base on that?
So I believe there was $1 billion in new construction. Jason or Tamika, can you answer what does $1 billion in new construction generate in additional
It
revenue?
was $4 million, but I'm just going off the top of my head.
Yeah, just give us a second.
It could just be the one project was $4 million, or new construction this year was about $4.5 million.
I mean, simple math, 5.8 mils times $1 billion
Should be
is $5.8 million, but I just want to double check that my math is right.
6.1.
Yeah, I think 5 Park.
6.1 because it was a little over $1 billion. It was $1.048 billion.
Okay.
So we're getting $6.5 extra million a year because of properties coming online, right? Yet, we're still gonna increase property taxes because our property taxes are going up. I understand that comes from another department or another elected official. What I'm suggesting is, let's roll back the millage rate so that we're at the baseline millage rate of 5.5114. And we save we save our everyone in the city these taxes.
I feel like this would be at the expense of every art, cultural, social service organization.
Kristen,
and
people
I
need to
think that,
people need to feed themselves right now. They're trying to make rent. I mean, I
and I think you have
understand.
bloat in some areas.
I understand.
and-
Listen,
and
I understand.
otherwise.
It's nice. It's a nice thing to have. But remember, we're a $1 billion budget for 80,000 residents. That's crazy. Okay, like just think about
But
that.
you
That's
can't sit here and try to nickel and dime.
I'm
You
not
have
nickeling and
20,000
diming.
here, 60,000 there, when you have $26 million in labor union contracts that are
I
fairly,
think
fairly
this
bloated.
This is a conversation about priorities. The priorities are infrastructure, resiliency, home affordability. It's not arts and culture. We're in a different time now. That might have been the case 10 years ago under Mayor Gelber, but we have a different set of priorities. Our priorities are keeping Miami Beach residents in their homes, making sure they can eat. It's not so that they can go to a show. They want to have more money to save. It's as simple as that. Like, it's a priority. And again, we have, how much in capital improvement projects do we have, Jason? How much do we have?
138 million.
How much?
Well, in the budget, it's 138.
Over the course of all capital improvement
Oh,
projects.
unfunded is 1.3 billion.
$1.3 billion in unfunded capital minus the 138.
Right, it'd be
Yeah.
water, the water sewer.
That's a priority that everyone in Miami Beach is going to benefit from. I'm sorry, but not everyone is going to benefit from going to a show at an arts and culture destination. I'm sorry.
But you're nickel and diming and you're
can I-
not
can I-
looking at the
can I
big
finish,
picture
please?
of salaries.
Can I finish,
in
please?
certain,
Can I finish, please? I'm
certain
speaking.
labor
Excuse me.
contracts,
Listen, I'm
especially
not.
the fire department.
I didn't interrupt you.
Overbloated and 73% of the budget.
I did not interrupt you.
Out of control.
I did not interrupt you. I'm simply saying
I
we
know,
have.
but it's disingenuous to say that when you have these.
It's not disingenuous.
Yes,
I'm
it is,
simply
when you
saying
have
we have a
guys with
priority.
$100.
Please. Okay, Commissioner Suarez, Commissioner Bott, and Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, please, in that order.
Thank you. Our priorities now are different than the priorities we had 10 years ago. The priorities we have now is affordability, first and foremost. And then there's infrastructure. Okay? So anything else, it's not our responsibility as a government to provide arts and culture. It's our responsibility for clean and safe. That's it. Clean and safe. Everything else is extra. It's as simple as that. What are our priorities as a government? We have a $1 billion budget for 80,000 residents. I'm not picking and choosing. I'm simply saying this is my priority. My priority is the basics function of government. Cleanliness, safety, resiliency.
Commissioner Bott.
So, Jason, I have a couple of questions for you. So I'm just letting everybody know so people don't jump in as I get my answers and then have a follow-up question. So we have an 82,000 person city, and we have $1 billion budget. But if you compared us to any other 82,000 person city in, I don't know, Michigan or New Mexico, our budget has to cover what happens on Super Bowl weekend when it's hosted here. And our budget has to cover Art Basel. And our budget, not the arts and culture component, I'm not talking about that. But we have to cover when Wadapalooza comes in. We have to cover when the seafood, Sobe Wine and Food Festival comes in. When for Memorial Day, we've got the Air and Sea Show, right? So we're not necessarily paying for that, although we do, as a city, choose to use some of our taxpayer dollars for those things because we believe that the economic benefit that we get on the ROI that we get on the monies that we invest to help those events happen here in the city is worth the money. We wouldn't be doing it if we thought it was a loss leader, right? We're not doing it out of the kindness of our heart. We're doing it because we think that having the Air and Sea Show come in for 2 or 3 days over Memorial Day weekend generates a lot of money for the city that we wouldn't get any other way. Is that a correct statement? I just want to make sure.
I think holistically, yes, and I think what you might be speaking to is we have the 80 to 85,000 residents we have, but my understanding is on any given weekend, we're more of a city of 250,000. Or high impact up to $500 million during high impact weekends and everything. So you're right. I'm sure if you took this city and you plunked it in Idaho for 80 or 85,000, the budget overall would be smaller. But again, this isn't just also the general fund. You're having parking funds, water and sewer, stormwater. You have many different services that the government provides. But yes, it is definitely impacted by the fact that we are servicing a much larger community than the 80,000.
Right, and I think that really is something that we, as a community, both elected officials on this dais and the residents who are listening, need to remember because listen, I ran for office and I said it because it sounds crazy on its face. We have $1 billion budget for less than 90,000 people living here. Yeah, that would be terrible. But the fact of the matter is, on any given weekend, we're 250,000 people here who maybe don't live here, but God forbid there's an emergency and we need police to be able to respond. And also, thankfully, there aren't emergencies very often, but we need police to make sure that the crowds are behaving the way they're supposed to. And the fire department is there to make sure that if somebody gets heat stroke, they're going to be taken care of. I'm not in any way saying that negotiations going forward can't be different and more stringent. As a matter of fact, it seems like my colleagues don't remember the very robust and very contentious negotiations we had about these very issues, saying that these contracts historically have not been what we think is good enough because we don't get the accountability. You were great about that. You were really great about that, saying we want more accountability for the amount of money that we're spending. And the conversation that we had at the time was everybody agreed. I mean, I wasn't privy to the fire department one, but Chief Jones was sitting at the table saying, yeah, there should be more accountability, and this is the first step to move us to that, right? So I just want people to remember that when we say this $1 billion budget, 82,000 residents, that is a true statement, but it's not the entirety of the truth, right? So just because there's a fact that's true doesn't make it the only fact that's true. And I think that needs to be something that we remember. Again, it's not to say that we don't have opportunities to do things differently and better. And that is what we are all moving towards, on the FERC committee that I very proudly sit on with Joe. I think you do a phenomenal job of identifying opportunities to make things better without blowing things up, which is a real skill because a lot of us would like to blow things up and start from scratch, but that's not real. You can't blow it up because you still have to go to work the next day and people need to be able to count on the lights coming on and water flushing in their toilets. So that's one thing. The other thing I want to say, because it comes up as a bogeyman all the time, and I think it's dangerous to have this be a bogeyman. We're using the term arts and culture like it is toxic waste. Like, I don't want that in my backyard. It's gross. But the fact of the matter is that that arts and culture helps kids learn better. It's proven. Don't take my word for it. Study it. Look it up on Google. See what STEM and STEAM does for kids' academic performance. And we help underwrite that. We don't fund it exclusively. We don't spend a lot of money on it, but we do spend some. It's why people move to Miami Beach, because our schools are better than in its surrounding areas. Are they as good as we want them to be? They will never be, because we're always going to want them to be better. But they're better than most communities. And I'm really proud of that. And you guys should be too. Because a community is about not just what's happening now, but what's happening with our next generation, right? So arts and culture also brings in a huge amount of money to the city. And I know people like to say it's just not true, who needs arts and culture? But again, don't take my word for it. Do the research. Look it up. Look it up. You know, we have people, and are there some organizations that shouldn't get funded? Let's take a look at that. That is a very valid conversation. But I can tell you that a lot of people who choose to move to Miami Beach, part of what they're choosing is to be able to come and go out to dinner at a nice restaurant, whether that's a really fancy restaurant or if it's a little ventanita, they're equally fabulous, and either walk to a free concert someplace or walk to a show on Lincoln Road. There are lots of different ways to do arts and culture that are for the community, for our kids, for our residents, for our visitors. And that is what makes Miami Beach a destination that people want to come live here for, and also want to come and spend their dollars here on vacation. And if we start this narrow-minded view of there is nothing else to be funded in the city other than infrastructure, that is a problem, because then we lose the mechanism by which a lot of the infrastructure gets funded, right? If people stop coming here, if people stop moving their businesses here, which again, Joe can take credit for that. We've got a new business coming here with 200 super high-paid employees, right? If that stops happening, then who's going to pay for the sewer pipes that need replacing? Guess who's going to have to get their taxes raised? We are, right? So I want us to be mindful, and I share the frustrations that my colleagues have about the infrastructure not getting funded as quickly as it should. It should have been done years ago. And guess who is finally taking the foot off the brake? It's the people sitting here today. And that's great, but it's going to take time. Also, by the way, let's not forget that if we all won the lotto and could fund everything tomorrow, can you imagine what trying to get from point A to point B in Miami Beach would be like? We'd all need to buy, hovercraft for everybody, because you wouldn't be able to drive anywhere. So let's be smart about what we're trying to do here. We're trying to find ways to cut money in next year's budget going forward in ways that won't destroy, blow up. We're trying to give money back. We know we have we are expecting to have $11 million that we are going to talk about how to redistribute back to our residents. I think that's great. So let's do it in a way that will not blow things up for future generations. My last question for you, Jason, is, because I've heard it, we've talked about it multiple times already, but I'm not sure everybody has heard it. If we cut the millage rate for 2026, that is a cut for 1 year that will grow and balloon and do damage for years to come. And it's kicking the can down the road, because somebody will have to figure out how we're going to fill that hole in 2, 3, 4 years when it balloons. Is that a correct understanding?
Yes, correct. Yes, Commissioner, that's correct. I think that's what Commissioner Fernandez was alluding to earlier on the earlier discussion, is when you lower that millage, or you succumb to that pressure sometimes you have to lower it to a rollback rate, it definitely could exacerbate budgetary issues going forward, especially in a scenario, and I've had long discussions with Commissioner Magazine about the concerns with 27 or 28, is though we don't know that we'll be in a deficit, it may be more likely in that we are in an environment where we have decreasing increases to our property value, which is why some of the discussions we've had, and I think we're going to have it on the budget item next, which would be to keep the millage the same, and then in the budget, maybe makes, if, I think the commissioner's intent is to make some reductions to keep that money set aside for
And Mr.
27.
CFO, in fact, and Mr. City Attorney, we can't bifurcate between rolling back commercial versus residential rates, correct?
Correct, you can't be discriminatory in your property tax
So
rates.
if we actually implement Commissioner Fernandez's mechanism going forward, I'm sorry, the FINA doesn't need tax relief. The Fontainebleau doesn't need tax relief, right? But we can essentially then send any surplus that we have back to our residents, homesteaded and non-homesteaded, right? And give that tax relief where it truly belongs. And that is a noble effort. That is our Miami Beach residents.
Thank you. And I'd like to respond to a couple of things that Commissioner Bopp raised. I'm concerned about the people already living here, not the people who are moving here. The people who are living here are experiencing flooding and affordable housing issues, okay? Once a year with a rainstorm, many homes on Alton Road, they get flooded up 2 inches into their home. That's who I'm more concerned about. I'm more concerned about the people who are already here, not the people who are going to come. Because if we don't fix the infrastructure in Miami Beach, no one's going to want to live here, and then we're going to have an even bigger problem. So I want to make sure that our priorities are correct. We have serious resiliency issues that we need to deal with that are much more of a priority than arts and culture. Second, Commissioner Magazine, I don't agree, okay? I do not agree. I do not think that we should be creating a way of picking winners and losers. If we're going to lower the taxes or roll back the tax rate, everyone benefits. And yes, there's going to be people who, in businesses that benefit from this. There's going to be people who are renting that hopefully they get passed through, like Gershon just said in his email. But we want to be fair. We cannot be picking winners and losers with some government entity that decides who gets a rebate and who doesn't. The most simple, fair way of doing this is just lowering taxes. Everyone benefits. And we want, and to say, there's struggling businesses out there that need assistance. And what if the taxes for the FINA become so unbearable that they close down and then you have an empty property? And that's about to happen to the Good Time Hotel. Is the Good Time Hotel going to benefit from this? No. What's going to happen is they're going to go out of business because taxes are going up extremely high for them, and then you're going to have another vacant property sitting in Miami Beach. I think the most reasonable, straightforward way is we roll back the millage rate, okay, to at least what this year is, and then we'll have to find a way to make it work. It's the most fair way to do that.
Well, how about we see where we can get, right? As we've been proposing. We have cut $2.5 million already from 2026 budget, and we have Exhibit E here. One of the challenges of all of a sudden sitting here today and examining whether we roll back the millage is, and full disclosure, Mr. CFO, not throwing you guys under the bus, but we've gotten in fights back and forth that we don't have an itemized budget, right? So aside from our enhancements or the 1% reduction in efficiencies, we don't have that granularity. I don't know how much the Air and Sea Show costs, right? I can't pull up our budget and say, Air and Sea Show, I don't like it. Let's cut $200,000. I'm using that obviously as an example. I love the Air and Sea Show and I don't know what it costs. But that's the problem, is we don't have an itemized budget, and we brought this up in the June hearing, but that's one of the constraints here. And that's how it gets to $1 billion budget, because we don't know what has been built up over the years. And that's not acceptable and is not going to continue. And there's legislation already coming on the books to produce that. And we've talked about this throughout the summer. But if we would sit here and say, well, let's roll back the millage rate, it's not as if we would get a say in where that comes from. It might come from arts and culture, it might come from infrastructure, it might come from, so we don't have that granularity. The only thing that we have kind of in front of us is this Exhibit E. We've already cut $2.5 million, and we have several more $1 million that we can consider. But further than that, you know, I don't see how we get to a bridge of $27 million. Now, we've all sat up here, made our points known. I think we start going through line item by line item about what can be removed from this budget. What is this bloat that we can, I'd say start attacking, but continue attacking, because we've already began doing so over the past several months. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to you to kind of go item by item.
Sure, Commissioner. If I could just ask, is this item is technically the millage in its own separate public hearing? And I think the discussion we were here was really about the second item on the budget, because I think the intention was any adjustments here, reduction-wise, would be set aside for a budget stabilization for next year. It may be just procedurally, because this is a budget hearing, we have to be very specific in how we do things. Unless the intention is to reduce the millage, is to deal with the millage discussion, public hearing and the vote on the millage, and then through the
I
budget.
guess it's kind of a chicken and the egg, right?
It can be.
We want to go through
But
this.
if you want to have that discussion here, that's, I mean,
Yeah.
that's fine. I
Yeah,
think.
why don't we do that before
Okay.
we even entertain that? We have to see what we can cut.
Okay, I do believe, Commissioner, I don't have you, because it is quite a long document, but I believe when you and I briefed, there were a number of items that you had identified, I think about a dozen or so, that you felt that were not as impacting to residents, that we're able to do, so I don't know if you wanted to.
It is, but to be fair, that was just me, and all my colleagues should have a say, right? So I think we don't spend 10 minutes discussing ad nauseum, but we sit here and say, okay, eliminate one vacant full-time field inspector. It says the adjustment will contribute to a more streamlined and effective operation, ensuring we continue to meet our objectives effectively. And we aim to maintain service quality while achieving cost savings.
Yes,
Sounds
Commissioner,
good to
there's
me.
been a vacant position in there
Yep.
for quite a while, is my understanding, and that's
Yep.
why that was proffered up by that department.
Yep.
So if the commission wants to do that, we can go ahead and,
It's been vacant, and
we
they
can
say-
go ahead and accept that.
So, okay, I'll vote in favor of removing that. Number one.
Are we
And
gonna
eliminate
get,
full-time
are we gonna be able to see
field
this
inspector.
document? A field inspector for CIP?
The attachment E is in your budget book.
Page 149.
And so are we going, as it relates to the impact for this year, I guess we are assuming a year one impact.
Correct.
Okay, so
We
we're
would do
basing
is
it,
denote.
that's a $70,000 efficiency.
Correct. We would
Okay.
denote all of those, all of those adjustments and keep track of those, and then what we'll do is, I guess, repeat them at the end and say, when we get to the operating budget is amendment as by, and I have a couple other items, by the way, that the commission, I think there was interest from the 17th for you to bring up to add, but however you'd like to proceed.
Well, okay, if we're not rolling the millage rate back and we have a balanced budget, then why are we going through this exercise
Because
right
we can still
now?
reduce the millage without rolling back the budget, because if we,
Yes,
if
but
we
this is
eliminate
all
these.
social services.
That's not true.
No?
No, it's not.
Not
Okay,
at all.
there's-
I mean, city clerk's office, city manager's office.
Like the real-time
ci-
Spanish captioning for city commission meetings. I don't know that anyone has ever
Nobody.
told me that they've
Nobody.
seen Spanish closed captioning on the city
They
commission
might have told me in
meetings.
Spanish and I couldn't understand.
That's
Yeah, but that
30
option is still there. If somebody does need the captions in Spanish, then they can have it. And I know that a lot of our residents who are American citizens don't speak English. So there are people that use that. There are consequences to these actions. You can eliminate, for example, some public notices for the Miami Herald, but you do that at the cost of not having any press or independent, objective watchdog in our government. We no longer have a Miami Herald reporter because of this. What does that mean? You eliminated, $60,000 and we have no press in Miami Beach. It doesn't make any
Commissioner,
sense at all.
As
So,
a proud Cuban
well,
American,
you
I
know,
can tell you that I do not know of a single person in our Hispanic community that watches our commission meetings in the Spanish closed captioning. And that's $36,000 right there. So we're spending $36,000 on something that I do not know of a single resident in our Hispanic community that uses this.
Well, let's go on one and then
Commissioner
we'll go.
Dominguez,
Yeah.
Commissioner
Yeah,
Dominguez.
just real quick, like on number 3, the interpreter services for special magistrate, the special magistrate reached out to me and said, we need this.
Well, let's go one by
It's
one.
$1,000.
Yeah, let's go one by one. So you say, okay, item number one.
I think I have item number one
Eliminate a
as
vacant
yes.
position. I'm a yes to eliminate that.
Hearing no objection, we keep number one,
Well,
reduction.
Can we just call a roll for each one? Yeah,
Yes to eliminate?
yes.
So on item number 1, in favor of eliminating item number 1, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Item number 1 is removed 7-0.
And let's just go down the line.
Wait,
Number 2.
on number 2, I just
Yeah.
have an idea. I'm not a fan of AI, but this seems like it would be a perfect use for AI. Is that not something?
The problem with that is that we're speaking in English. It then has to be translated into, right now, the way it works
Gonna be
is
an
a
update on
live person
Friday.
who, in other words, there is no such service right now that we know of that will translate real time, because it's real time.
Every resident of Miami Beach deserves to have access to understanding our meetings. And I know that there are many of our residents that do not speak English, that watch our meetings. I guarantee you that function is being used sometimes, and I think that the public has the right to be able to understand an item if it's affecting them. And for some reason, they might not have access to that. I disagree in the big scheme of things.
I do know somebody who uses it as well. I'm gonna support to keep it, but.
Mr. City Clerk, want to call the
Commissioner,
roll?
if you feel that there are people who use, I just think, we know that with, like Siri, Siri does live translation from any language, from English to any,
Yeah.
we have Portuguese, we have Brazilian residents here who only speak Portuguese. This doesn't address them, but Siri does address it. There's technology that people already have.
But if you're
so I
70
agree.
years old,
So,
if
all right,
you're okay, if you're,
let's
you know-
let's skip it.
Okay, well, no, we call the roll.
So on item number 2, all in favor of eliminating it, please say aye.
Aye.
I heard 1, is that correct? So 6-1, the item is not eliminated.
The next item is interpreter services, special magistrate hearings, item number 3.
Yes, to
Wait, it is, I'm sorry,
Sorry, so it's 5-2 on item 2,
To eliminate.
to eliminate.
5 to
It
eliminate.
is not eliminated.
Is not, wait, is it 5 in favor
We're
of
going to be
eliminating?
voting yes to eliminate. For
Correct.
each item, a yes vote is to eliminate.
It's staying, okay.
2, okay, yeah, got it, 2-5, sorry.
3, $1,000. If he said it's really needed, it's $1,000.
No, so mind you, for 3, we have enough budget left based on the usage that we could eliminate 1. We're not eliminating that.
Okay, so,
Our suggestion to eliminate it, because we,
so you're okay with that?
okay with that, based on the usage
Yeah.
today, we could eliminate $1,000 from that.
So
I'm a yes.
that is getting eliminated,
What is?
number 3.
But it's not getting eliminated, the service. Based on what you have budgeted and based on my usage, I can cut $1,000 and still provide
Right,
the same
we're
service.
eliminating the $1,000, not the service. Okay.
So, item number 3, all in favor of removing that item, please say aye.
Aye.
No.
I'm sorry, no? No. It's 1 to 6 eliminated, so item 3 is eliminated.
Okay. And I'm going to keep going. There are 66 items.
There's
so
66 items.
This, we're going to do one
And
by
if you're
one.
doing
It's
an
gonna, I'm
alphabetical
going to do
order,
my
right?
best to
Yeah,
keep this
we're
rolling.
here, we're here.
We're doing it.
We have one shot at this, okay?
And
Just gotta finish by 11:59 and 59 seconds,
But
right?
we're here, we have one shot at this.
And
Let's
clarify,
do it.
when we
Again, if I can make a suggestion, can we start with the most impact? We don't have to start with line 1, maybe we start in order of
They're not
impact.
sorted this way.
They're by department. I don't have them by,
not
they're not
arranged in that
coordinated
order.
by impact. But
Let's
again,
just keep going. We're making
Just
progress.
quicker. Yes.
And just to clarify, all of these motions, my understanding is for the commissioner, is these items will be set aside for budget stabilization for next year. That is the interest in where we're going to save that money, because you're going to get double money. You're going to get set aside recurring money for 27, and this one-time cash will be set aside for it. So you're getting a double on that. So I just want to make sure that we're clear. on what our
Placeholder as of
actions
now,
are.
yes.
Thank you. So advertising for public notices, number 4.
Based on publications online, we could eliminate that without any,
Aye.
all in favor of?
No.
So I
There are
have,
still people that read paper publications. You are ignoring an entire demographic of senior citizens, and I think it is wrong.
Doesn't the clerk send notices to the senior centers?
yes.
Okay, so.
Yeah, but
so
what
they're
about
not-
people
they're
who
not
don't live
actually-
in senior centers? What if I'm a 75-year-old who gets the Miami Herald, who lives in a condominium on the beach? Now they don't deserve to get public
There's
notice?
only 2,000 Herald subscribers.
$30,000 per year, so that thousands of our
This is how we get a $1 billion budget.
get ads. This is wrong.
Listen, I
There's
I
something
think we should
in
just
this
take
$1 billion
votes on each of those.
that to start cutting 1,000, and you're cutting from
We're going line by line.
you're cutting from seniors, you're cutting the Hispanic community. I just don't understand what this exercise is. I mean, let's go to the larger items that have impact.
This
what I
is
just
what
said.
was offered up by
Commissioner,
the city
we're gonna
manager.
get there, but this list, I think we have to be realistic. This list is in alphabetical order, and as we go through this alphabetical order, there's gonna be high-ticket items. If we ever make it to item number 8, we're gonna see something that's $400,000, which I don't support us cutting, but we're still in item number 4, and we've been doing this exercise now for a while,
everybody in
so we
here-
would be more efficient with our time. We
I
could
think we're
get to those
spending more
big-ticket
time
items.
debating what order we go in than actually going through the items.
Everybody here would like to cut advertising services for public notices that will affect a senior population that gets newspapers.
Ralph,
Can you call the
Ralph,
vote?
Is
one
that what
second,
we're
one
voting
second.
on
Ralph,
right
at the
now? Because I have a real problem with this.
Ralph, at the last meeting, you explained to us that the notices that went to the newspaper were often a wrong and took weeks. I just want to make sure that what you said, if you can repeat it quickly, if that applies to this item.
Yes.
Can you say what you?
So, couple of issues. If we send it to the Miami Herald or to whatever newspaper, we have to send these weeks in advance. So this gives us that leeway. Number 2,
And online is immediate.
it's immediate, it is constant, meaning it's not removed. The newspaper, once you get it today, you throw away your newspaper, you're not getting that notice. These are constant. We are delivering also to the senior centers, the public libraries, the senior housing. So we deliver these paper copies also. Mind you, and we've eliminated any errors because we can fix them immediately.
Well, what would the cost be to deliver to every senior citizen over the age of 75?
That's a policy of this
Well, I
committee,
mean, I
but-
think you have to think about that
but
before
my-
before you just completely eliminate an entire sector of the population.
I don't think we're eliminating a sector of the population.
I think you are, because I think a lot of people don't, I mean, I know
I don't
my
think
mother,
we're
for
in-
example, who's 83,
Yeah.
she gets the Miami
We are
Herald.
not eliminating
She
her.
reads the Miami Herald. Her notices are in the Miami Herald. So then they don't get those notices, and she doesn't live in a senior center.
Anyone also who wishes to get this via email, we would do that. Via mail, we
Yeah, but
would
they
do that.
don't, she doesn't email anymore. So what my point is that I think that this $30,000 in public notice for a sector of the population that gets the newspaper is not going to make or break us, but it does send a message that we're ageist.
Can we skip it?
Yes.
Mind you, you've already directed me to do this.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is just the savings from your prior
Yeah,
action.
we're accepting our savings.
I know, but I'm just
Yeah.
You would have
restating
to
the
go
fact
back.
that I really disagree with
And
this.
you've
It's
actually already
moving
called
us
the
in a
vote on
bad
this.
direction.
So we've already voted on this.
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm so lost on this at this time, yes.
Number 6.
Number 5.
So number 4 was accepted?
Yes.
Number 5, newspaper subscriptions.
Aye.
Aye.
I think we're hearing a majority. We'll show it accepted. Reduction in the operating expenditures for the city manager's office. It's a collection of various expenditures the city manager is proffering up.
Yeah. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Reduction in the operating expenditures for the GO bond program management division of
Aye.
the city manager's office.
Aye.
Hearing no objections. 7 is accepted.
Yep.
Code compliance department, number 8. The reduction in a number of positions specifically related to short-term rental investigation unit.
No.
No.
Here, well, not accepting that. Next one, code compliance, a number of positions specifically to do code compliance in the entertainment district.
No.
No.
Got it.
Jason, if you could say the numbers, because that helps us out.
Thank you.
That was-
And that was
that
number
was 9.
8, number 9?
Yeah, I know, but when we do the minutes, it helps. Okay.
Thank you, Ruff. Number 10, eliminate one vacant full-time co-compliance officer position, one position.
Yes.
No.
No.
Okay, so
That was a
How
no.
long has that position been vacant?
I think it's a rolling kind of consideration that every department from time to time has. It's rolling. So there's, sometimes it'll be full, sometimes it'll be eliminated. At the time, or as of right now, there is one vacant position
No, we
currently.
need as many as we can afford.
Okay. I think hearing the consensus, I think we're okay with consensus, is that we will show that not added. Number 11, reduce funding for Small Business Incubator Accelerator Program, number 11.
No.
No.
Thank you. Number 12, eliminating the Community Satisfaction Survey.
Yes.
Can we just do it instead of every 2 years? Can we do it every 4 years and effectuate some changes that way, some savings that way? I do
We
think-
can't, just due to how we fund it, is that is funded annually, but done every 2 years. It's about $100,000, and to have budgetary smoothness, we do 50/50. If you wanted to make it every 4 years, we'd reduce it to $25,000 annual funding. So you could do a partial there, which reduces the funding to $25,000, if you wanted to move to an every
I do
4-year
think
cycle.
it's good having a sort of
Is that correct?
an objective temperature taking.
They use this data, departments actually use
Yeah,
this
I
data
would
when they
keep
create their
this.
budgets and positions. I'm a no on this.
So could we amend this, half this, and move it to every 4 years?
Let's split the baby, 3
Yeah.
years.
The 333,000. Okay, so we will show that as the reduction of,
25,000.
no, that would go to every 4 years. So a reduction of 13,000.
Yeah, the 3 years.
Reduction of 13,000, approximately 13,000. And we're going to move that to every 3 years. Okay? That was number 12. Number 13, finance. These are all citywide grants, so I'll move kind of quickly on these. Grant funding for Boys and Girls Club. Number
No.
13. Hearing consensus, no. Grant funding for Douglas Gardens Community Mental Health Center.
No.
No,
Okay? Grant funding for FIU Jewish Museum.
no,
Grant funding for Jewish Community Services of South Florida.
No.
Grant funding for Miami Beach Chamber Visitor Center.
No.
no.
Sorry, I haven't been doing the numbers rough. Now we're on 18, grant funding for Miami Beach Community Health Center.
No.
Number 19, grant funding for Miami Beach Gay and Lesbian Chamber of Commerce.
No.
No.
Grant funding for Miami Beach Water Sports, number 20.
What is this?
What is that?
Shane Water Sports?
Oh. No.
Shane Rubbing
We're
Center?
not cutting that.
No, okay, thank you. Number 21, grant funding for Miami Design Preservation League.
No.
Okay. Grant funding for Orange Bowl Committee.
No.
What do we get for it?
Yeah.
The college championship.
Yeah, it's related to our contribution towards the.
Oh, but it's next
Orange
year's,
Bowl, yeah.
but it's not every,
Yeah, it's an annual,
specific.
it's an annual contribution to keep the organization running, and then if there's like a big one, they'll come back with a different discussion. But this is our small, very small annual allocation.
So this basically keeps our hat in the ring for consideration to host it?
Yes.
Basically?
This helps fund our contribution.
So it's like our dues to be considered.
There we go.
I think you get invited to a Christmas party someplace in Doral.
That's what we're keeping this for? That's what we're keeping this for. I'm not gonna vote for it.
That's not why we're keeping it. We're keeping it so that we get so that we're in consideration for, what did you say, Jason? The Orange Bowl?
Yeah,
But
it's
I'm saying,
College-
what do we get it?
the
When do we
college
get
football
included
championship game.
For the championship.
Eric,
game?
so if we eliminated this committee, we would not be in consideration to get the Orange Bowl?
So it means that
You
we
said
would,
millions of dollars of economic benefit would be down the drain for
17 grand.
17,000, something
Yeah,
doesn't add
okay.
up here.
I don't know that it would completely eliminate us, but it would erode our ability for the Orange Bowl committee to pursue these events.
How often do we get them?
We have it.
We
No, I know.
have it this year, and then I believe we have it again in 3 years.
We get them every few years.
Who comprises the Orange Bowl committee?
So it's a not-for-profit group that has been in place for a long time. They're basically, they serve as our sports committee in South Florida.
Do we need this to have our head in the ring, your assessment?
I am not recommending cutting any of these things. I think they all bring value, but this one in particular, I think for $17,000, the kind of economic value that we bring to the city when we bring the college football national championship game is huge.
And every other municipality contributes to this. It's, just
Okay.
a legacy thing.
All right. Number 23, grant funding for the South Florida Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, number 23. Hearing no. Number 24, grant funding for Unidad Meals Program. No? Number 25, Pride Lines Youth Safe Space Program, number
No.
25.
No.
Okay. Number 26, Pride Lines Miami Beach Project Safe Program.
Can you talk through the difference between the two?
Yes, let me see here. The Pride Lines, let me see here, the Pride Lines Youth is $25,000, provides support for Project Safe LGBTQIA+ youth in crisis, providing safe drop-in services and case management that promote stability, independence, and access to services. I believe the real difference is the age groups. It's age groups. I believe it's children versus young adults. They're two different groups. One is more focused because of the Miami-Dade Public Schools, I believe, removed some of their services,
okay.
and we
Students.
stepped in there, but there was an existing program, I think, related to young adults.
Okay.
So they're getting two different groups there. So I think that was good. Common Threads, number 27.
No, Common Threads is an after-school program in our recreational department that teaches children how to cook and healthy foods. So I would say no, because the impact for the $19,000 is, it impacts thousands of kids.
Okay, we'll show that. Not accepted. Number 28, eliminate the education manager position, STEAM Plus program, and private charter school programs?
No.
No.
Okay, I have no. A reduction in.
What's the education manager position? What is that position?
There was a position that was added last year to, when the commission expanded outside of the realm of public schools services for STEAM Plus and all these other programs. There was a position added to manage I forget, it's like a dozen or 2 dozen private charter religious schools that are going to get all of these programs. So there's a chunk of money to run the STEAM Plus program, which we took back from the BAS as an efficiency, and they're going to run all of the programs that are outside into the public schools. Basically, you just expanded so many of the programs, and staffing was needed to run these dozens of programs.
But so to clarify, this is not a position that's being funded at $600,000.
No, it's
This is all the
it's a
education
pile. It's a
initiatives.
position plus.
No, I
plus the STEAM
want
Plus.
that on the record, because the way it's written here, it looks like it's, the position is being eliminated, the cost savings is $625,000. So it's the position, let's say $50,000 or $45,000 or whatever it is.
This would be a really good example of something that Commissioner Magazine, myself, and Tamika have had a discussion about program budgeting. This is program budgeting.
Okay, so
program.
this is an example of, we don't even know, because if we're saying, do we want to cut $500,000 for this enhanced education initiative? No. Would we prefer to be able to disperse those funds throughout the community to the schools who we have voted on to support without having to hire an additional full-time person? I think we would all be in agreement that that would be the preferred way to do it, but we can't make that decision because it's lumped in as one item. So how can we vote on this if we don't know what the percentage is of the position versus the disbursement of the funds?
I think the reason it's together is that you need that position to run these programs. So if you're eliminating the position, you must eliminate the programs. That's why it's presented in this manner.
This was a significant increase in the workload for that program when we brought in all of the private and charter schools in addition to the public schools.
Didn't we discuss this at the last meeting, actually this specific position, that parents were reaching out to us concerned that this position was not going to be funded? And we made a commitment at this table to fund this position because of the impact it has with the funding.
That was the conversation that you and I had on this dais at the last meeting, yes.
All right, so let's keep it.
Okay, so we'll show that. Number 29 was a reduction in the pre-K scholarship program to the 2024 level.
No.
As for the benefit of the public, so far, we've found $141,500 of efficiencies.
Number 30, eliminate ocean rescue boat coverage. Number 30, fire department.
Hang on a second.
No.
No, that's a public safety issue, no.
Number 31 is also, the next two are fire department. Number 31, eliminate one vacant full-time training officer, firefighter one position. Number 31.
So I'm going to step in here, right? We haven't cut anything. We've cut from a variety of different departments, and with 100% respect, Chief, we haven't done anything throughout the budget process for fire. And we need to, because police and fire are 62% of our overall budget. We've reined in, I think, a few $100,000 of police. Is that correct, throughout this process?
We cut 600?
$600,000.
600,000 over
Right.
time. And if I may, at the very, I think the very, very last item, which is under resort tax, because they're joined, there is a fire item related to
So,
overtime there.
you know, I'll leave it to the chief. If this is the one that fire can offer up, that's the one fire can offer up, right? I don't know the title, I don't know whatever, but I'm hard pressed to think that we can't find, I'm actually giving the confidence that I know we can continue to operate this fine department with men and women to put their lives on the line with a simple $200,000 cost savings, which turns into $331,000. Now, if it's this position or any other that the chief, you know, deems is the best to offer up, that's essentially what I'm voting for. I'll put my confidence in her saying, whatever the position is to achieve this cost savings, I trust her judgment. So I'll vote yes for this. It's not really because of the specific position. It's, okay, we're going to all share in some of this reduction, and I'll leave it to the chief's best judgment that that's what fire is able to kind of pro-offer.
Mr. Chair, I see we have two positions in the fire department. One is fire training program, and the other one is in the fire prevention program. I know that our administration is not recommending touching either of these programs, but from your perspective, Chief, if we had to cut in one of these two, which one would you believe is, to me, I wouldn't want to touch anything that's prevention, but, you know, can you deal without this position? I need feedback, guidance from you.
So, good afternoon, Chief Abello, Fire Chief.
Night.
So in the one position that you are recommending, that is a position that I was awarded last year when I came before you to, you know, see all the amount of training that we've assumed in the last several years. FEMA government has been imposing a lot of training for the hazardous aspect of it. And as far as the planning position, that was a position that we will be resuming with the savings and revenue that we'll be collecting from our pre-fire planning inspections. So to that point, we have generated $5.1 million in the last year above of what we were generating last year with these extra positions. This position was because the state statute reduced our turnaround for permits from 30 to 15 days. And the gentleman had just vacated the position approximately 60 days when you came and asked me. And then yesterday, we also saved $8,000 because you had said anything is enough. $8,000 in a Connex trailer that we were using to store extra equipment. So yesterday they picked it up, so that was an extra savings as well. So if I had to pick one, I would say that we either reduce the pre-fire planning one, because I know that I'll be able to generate the revenue, or the reduction of the high impact funding from the resort tax will be able to save another $75,000.
So if I can help to facilitate, if there's an interest in having a reduction in the fire department, I've had a discussion with the chief, the one that if we were asked to have something in there, it's actually item 66, which we would be okay with a $75,000 reduction, not touching funding for spring break services at this time, but Memorial Day. So just like we did with the police, a reciprocity between the two main public safety departments, we could do that. So that would be a preference if we were required to make a cut.
I appreciate you offering and being frank about that. It's a shared sacrifice. It's not something we want to do across the board, but that's how we get to $1 billion budget. we could say positive things about each of these. You know, everything at one point had merit. It's just, you've heard loud and clear where the conversation goes, so I appreciate you giving your input. And I'll follow the lead on that of, if we're going to choose one, using 66.
Okay, so if I can.
So which line item are we?
So 30, 31, and 32, I'll propose to keep, and then with the
66.
chief's direction, 66, eliminate.
But just to clarify, in the packet, 66 says $150,000. That's not all coming from fire.
No, the number 66 is fire, but what it is, it's across multiple programs, as you see listed out, Halloween, New Year's, Memorial Day, and Spring Break. I think we would be okay being reciprocal with the police department, where we made some reductions in overtime. So I think we'd be okay with a $75,000 reduction on item 66, which would reduce some of the overtime specific for Memorial Day only.
Okay,
perfect. Yeah, so
The
seeing that's accepted.
75K from 66.
Right, so 66 will be 75,000. Okay, thank you. Check mark. Let me go back. Housing and Community Services, item 33, Mobile Food Pantry Program, number
No.
33.
No.
No.
Number 34, reclassify existing CDBG program, projects coordinator to administrative services manager position and reallocating administrative services manager position, number 34.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, how long has this position been vacant for?
I would ask, Alba's going to come up and see if he can answer that one.
And really, we're just kind of reclassifying to a lower salary level,
I
correct?
think it's moving it to a grant-funded position.
Yes, good evening, Alba Tarre, Office of Housing and Community Services. It is currently not vacant, but the person who is holding the position now has resigned, and so we will be reclassifying.
Okay, so if we remove this here, what happens?
We would reclassify it to a supports manager, and we would fund it through federal and state dollars.
Okay, so we still achieve the outcome of the position. There's no impact on the services being provided to the public?
No.
Can I?
Okay, then
But
I'm
this-
fine with it.
But by reclassifying with federal dollars, it's not going to affect any of our rental assistance programs or any of our other programs?
Not at all.
Okay.
Okay, so that's another 62.
So we'll show that one accepted, number 34.
Gets addicting, huh, Commissioner?
That's great.
Okay,
We're
number,
at 278,500.
number 35, marketing communications. I think this one was discussed last time. The daily media clips, I think there was interest in keeping that. So
I'll go with the yes, but
I'm a
it could put me
yes.
on an island. And I know I'm throwing Melissa under the bus after she helped me. Yeah, get something.
I read those every day.
I do read them, but that's internal to us, correct? I would support
Yeah.
cutting. I would support cutting it.
Yeah, it
It
is-
doesn't benefit the residents at all.
But it's useful because we then can use that information to generate benefits for the city and therefore the residents. Like you can use, hey, you know, for instance, I'm working to find sponsors for the Blue Zones. And so when I find something in those clips, I send, by the way, we just got mentioned about this thing. And then they're like, oh, we're super interested. Let's talk about it. It's a small dollar amount. It is valuable. I would suggest we do not cut it.
okay, I don't have consensus here, so let me just remark it.
I'm a no. I do read them and sometimes they are valuable, but I just do searches on things that I'm interested in. I find the same articles.
Don't you want to see what the trends
maybe
are for
just
Miami
call.
Beach?
I
when
do,
something's trending?
and I do my searches.
Mr. City Clerk, maybe call the
So
vote?
this is on number 35.
To eliminate.
The question is going to be to keep.
We're
Mr.
keeping
Bott.
it.
Yes.
We're keeping it.
No, let's be consistent.
Okay.
Where any yes vote is to eliminate, right? That's
Okay,
what
so
we've been
then
doing.
to eliminate
all
Commissioner
across.
Bott.
No.
To eliminate Commissioner Dominguez.
No.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
No.
To, not,
Daily media clips.
to eliminate the daily media clip subscription. A vote of yes is to remove it, a vote of no is to keep it. So we're now in Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. A vote of no is to keep it. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
So I have 4 to eliminate.
Okay,
It is eliminated. This is number 35.
we'll show 35 eliminated. Number 36, reduce the Miami Beach Magazine printing and mailing. This would reduce it from 4 to 2 times a year of the magazine.
I believe that is our number one it's rated as our #1 guide that our residents use.
That is my understanding, that the community satisfaction survey, I think, may bring that data.
And it's not
It's
even.
a-
But if we didn't have one of those,
We'll know less often. Well, we can't validate that.
we wouldn't know that this is.
So,
I'm going to support keeping it. I think our residents, our senior residents, people do read it.
I think we're, okay, seeing consensus there, we'll move on. Number 37, eliminate printing of the annual proposed and adopted budget books. Number
Yes.
37.
You mean this book?
Correct.
Yeah.
It will be reduced, that means we would no longer print the hard copies.
Plus the two
Listen,
capital.
it's accessible, we can all pull it up.
It is digital.
You can email it.
Online.
Yeah.
Yes, it's digital.
If I want it printed, you guys can print it. I
No.
can make a request.
No.
He's not joking.
Wait, so is it the 3 books in color?
Yeah.
Or is it the one book?
It's all three.
It's all 3 twice a year. The proposed one you get at the end of August, early September, and then the primary one you'll get in November-ish.
How about
December.
can we just get rid of the proposed? Because the proposed is a very temporary
hand.
document, yet we get the full Bible.
We could do that.
And let's just do the final adopted budget, because that is our contract with the public of how we're
Yep.
gonna use their dollars. So let's print a copy of the final adopted budget, because once we approve the budget, the proposed one, this is wasted paper. So let's not print the proposed one anymore. So that would slash it in half.
Yes, so if that's okay, if there's a consensus, we could remove the funding for the proposed budget book, but we still would print the adopted budget book.
So is that about $6,000?
Yeah, exactly.
But that 6,000 would be in the 27 budget?
Just how the timing of the funding and everything. But if we're okay with that, I think that's fine. We'll remove the funding for the proposed, and we will continue to print the adopted, so that we'll call that like a partial acceptance. We have a number of Parks and Recs programs. Number 38, senior programming, number 38. We discussed this a bit last time, reducing down the number 1. Hearing no interest in eliminating, we'll show it kept.
This is at the 4 per year or 3 per
The
year?
87, I think, is for all of them, but there was discussion
thought
about
we agreed
a
that we were gonna-
$18,000 one-time. But you, I think, all had that discussion at the last meeting and
Yeah, I
and
thought we were
decided to
gonna-
not do that and kept all of the senior programs.
Oh, so it wasn't to go down to 3, it was to go to 3?
Correct. There was a lot of discussion on this one. and
Okay.
I think you landed at not removing any funding at all and
Okay.
keeping the existing program.
Okay.
Number 39, senior enhanced transportation services.
Keep.
We're good on keeping it, okay? For senior scenes program, number 40.
Nothing, no.
Yeah, keep it.
Keeping it, okay. Not accepting that reduction. 41, small scale special events, number 41.
No. We're
Okay.
not eliminating that.
We're good with that, not hearing any conflict. We will
What do you
move
hate, the
on.
Easter Bunny? That's
I
sick,
know
dude.
photos with Santa. This is terrible.
Who would say that? Oh my goodness.
Thank you. Number 42, summer camp field trips, transportation, number 42.
No.
No.
Number 43, playground review, number 43.
What's that?
It's the camp, it's the end of the year. Listen, I'm biased because I attended it, my daughter
Yeah.
participates.
That's the Fillmore, right?
Yeah, at
Oh,
the Fillmore, it's incredible. There's
Okay, yeah, we're not
800
gonna
parents
touch
that
that.
come.
All right, we're going to show keeping, not accepting the, there's no recommendation, sorry. Not accepting the reduction. Number 44, Veterans Day Parade and Event.
No.
Keep.
Okay. 45, the Employee Halloween Event.
No.
Yes.
I think there's consensus.
That's for the
to keep.
morale of our employees who dedicate a lot.
We went through that.
Thank you,
No.
thank you. Number 46, Playtime Program,
What is that?
No. What is it?
What is it?
Such
preschool program.
No.
Keep.
And Camp for Tots. No.
Keep.
Camp for, number 47, Camp for Tots.
No.
Okay. Number 48, the Soul Vegan Festival. Number
Yes.
48.
So can we, John, can I ask you, I don't mean to.
No.
Can we just, because I know it's been really popular and getting better every year, and it's a thing, but 50 grand, I mean, there aren't that many organizations that we give that much money to sponsor. So can we reduce the funding and have them figure out how to come back to us?
Absolutely. If that's what we end up with, I'll go to the promoter, and
Yeah.
I'll work with him and his group on what can we do for whatever you budget.
Yeah, let's do that, because I know that it is, it's broadened its appeal and it's gaining traction. So let's, how about for this year, try 15, and then see what happens as it grows? Like the goal.
I'm not going to support this, because this is part of our programming that we do as part of Black History Month. And this is part of our diversity as
that's why I
a
wanna
city.
keep it.
But I do not support lowering the funding of this event.
And they can't do the event with $15,000.
Okay, so let's do it to 30,000.
Can you do the event? I don't support
Like, look,
cutting this
I
either.
don't want to lose this event. I'm trying to figure out how we get to 4.
Well, we just
We don't have a lot of
say-
events that highlight
I agree. So how do we
African
get
American
to 4?
culture, Caribbean culture, and this is what this event highlights.
I understand. So how do
And
we
I
get
am
to
not
4?
going to support touching any funding,
That's
removing
fine.
any
So how do we
funding.
get to 4?
What do you mean 4?
4 votes to keep it.
To keep it.
Well, the four of us
I don't
are
think
saying
it
that
Oh,
we're gonna keep
okay.
it.
Okay, great.
Okay, so we are keeping, you're not accepting.
keeping
you're
this.
not- Okay,
Keeping
we're
it.
keeping.
We're keeping
Got
the
it.
funding.
Number
Full
49.
funding, right?
Yeah.
Full
Right.
funding.
49, holiday lights at Scott Rakow.
We're not eliminating that.
Eliminate that.
No.
Not doing that one, okay. Number 50, citywide health and wellness initiatives. This is resident programs.
No.
Okay, keeping.
But what this is too, because we have health and wellness recreational programs at the park. So I need to know, because I think we have different categories and different lines
Yeah.
of health and wellness events with the parks. So I want to understand what's the difference between them.
These are the events that we hold through the Parks and Recreation Department, like the pull-up jam that's coming up in October with Chris Herrera that a lot of you have attended. We did an offshoot, community-based, when Waterpalooza was happening, we worked with them to do something for the public. It's things like
Where's
that.
the money spent, John? Because those things seem pretty just organic to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been at them, they're fun, but where does that 50 grand go?
Oh, I bring the breakdown, but staffing.
Like $1 for every pull-up, I think.
Look, girls volleyball, teen basketball. I don't want to
No,
eliminate
either do I,
this.
but, like, any idea where it's spent, because they all just seem organic, right?
Right,
It's,
there's quite a few in this list. It's not just one event. So if you divide 50 by 7, it's not a whole lot of money. Cindy, do you have line items?
Cindy,
yeah, of course I want to keep
pop
these
quiz
things. I'm not
time.
going to vote to eliminate them. I'm just curious, because the
fabulous
ones I've.
These are easy pop quizzes. They go toward operating expenses like awards, trophies, supplies, water, snacks, fruits that we give out, things of that
Can we
nature.
find sponsorship for that? Like Pepsi, like we have a contract with PepsiCo. Can't PepsiCo provide the water for that? Can we find a sponsor to do the award,
The Equinox pull-up jam.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Equinox Pull-Up Jam Award,
Absolutely.
If I may, what maybe could happen direction-wise is I think the budget would have to remain, but the Parks Department could be directed to explore sponsorship opportunities.
I'd like the word
And-
explore, because if they don't come,
Right, so there may be some savings in the next year's budget, where they come back and say, hey, by the way, this was, we do program budgeting, and they have this line of 50,000, maybe next year it says $42,000. You go, oh, reduced by 8,000, they found sponsors for $8,000 for the
John,
programs.
are these events well attended?
yes, because our community base, we're
Yeah.
not looking for 10,000
Girls
people.
volleyball tournament, team basketball tournament. Come on, those are fun. Those are-
Yeah, we do a program proposal and closeout. We don't continue failing programs, so anything we continue to do did well the year before.
Hey, you guys are incredible.
So if you're okay with
Everything
that, we can keep this item in, but direction be the
Yes,
Parks to
could find
explore
sponsorships.
any opportunities for sponsorships that the commission's
Yeah, I mean,
works.
Pepsi should be, Pepsi's part of Pepsi Frito-Lay. They should be able to provide all the food and drink that we are offering. They've got enough in their portfolio, so, and we have they have a very lucrative contract with us, so that should eliminate a few grand right off the top, and then, let's just keep working on it together.
Okay, so we'll show just to help Ralph out. Number 50 will be staying, but the administration will explore sponsorship opportunities on item 50. Okay.
John, for 51, if we ever explored with like our beach vendors, if, they'd be able to use some of their man and woman power to help out with the beachfront restrooms?
With the restroom porters, no, we've always taken care of that with our janitorial contract.
We
And
need
this
to have
is
those
just for
bathrooms
high impact.
spick and span clean when
No,
we're
I
doing
agree with that. I'm
events.
just saying, can the private sector do it better for less?
No,
The
but my
private sector is doing it. They're
Oh,
not,
this
they're
is
city staff.
It's not- Right, it's our janitorial contract, not city staff that does this.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's private sector. It's already outsourced.
But this is enhanced for high-impact weekends, right? This is not every day
It's every day.
stuff? I mean, I'm looking at enhanced services during high-impact periods.
We have porters in two different occasions. High impact, which a lot of times we get some money through resort tax to pay for that. But then imagine everything that happens that's not resort tax qualifying. We will pay out of our operating budget to go have a porter, maybe the restrooms at Unidad, for example.
Right.
Who needs you need a special porter there on site. And we're very cautious with that service, and it's usually because of safety or there's something going on at that moment. We're doing a special event at Altos Del Mar. We're gonna want a porter there during that event. That would be probably a general fund example, not a resort tax example.
Okay.
All right, so we're keeping the porter.
51 will show keeping. Keeping with the parks theme, we're almost done with you, John.
I'll stay.
52, dog waste bags and stations, number 52.
No.
Sammy says no.
We'll be keeping that. Number 53 is, got two pieces to it. Eliminating 15 parks part-timers. There's 13 vacant seasonal inclusionary aides and also 2 vacant recreational leader ones.
And John, could you, oh, sorry, Commissioner, but from what I got from you, this wouldn't cause any disruption. These are kind of like floating positions. We're not eliminating any current staff or things like that.
We have the need for a great number of inclusionary aides, but the truth is we're very rarely able to fill them. So they've been historically vacant, so we wouldn't see a reduction in what we're offering right now.
So
This
if we were to
is a tremendous program for children with special needs, and they need inclusionary aids.
But we can't
So,
fill
and
the-
nobody else does this. This is a very, very special program for children with autism, disabilities.
But have we
and
been able to fill these
residents.
positions?
That's the problem.
How long have we have it funded for?
Oh my gosh.
I will tell you that since I've been here, this is my third budget, I think that we funded in the last two, a couple of inclusionary aids, and we had a lot of discussions with park staff, being very passionate about that particular element of our community, the special needs children and the needs that are for those programs. So I think the commission has actually added enhancements the past a couple years to add funding towards
But we
this.
have 15, and so are we budgeting for too many? Maybe we need to budget for less.
Well, I think that's what the Speaker John was.
We have a full inclusionary recreation program, meaning that that they're mainstreamed into the program, and some of these children either need a one-on-one shadow or maybe 2 or 3-on-1 shadow as part of the inclusionary. So our goal is we could use these folks based on the number of special needs participants we have, but we put them on the list because we've just been unable to fill them. We prefer not to have it on the list, but we'd be dishonest in saying that we filled them this year.
So John, if I could help, is if you kept maybe not the 2 vacant rec leaders, but the 13 inclusionary aides, if you actually fill those positions, you'd be able to bring more people in. There's people waiting as soon as you hire people.
Or they're in without
Enough
without the
supervision.
shadow. Yes.
But what this doesn't address is the fact that we can't fill obviously, if we had these spots and they were filled and we were using them, that would be amazing because that's the goal. But if we're holding money in the budget for spots that we historically have not been able to fill, and I would suggest that if you find somebody, finally you find somebody to fill one of these spots, bring it to us as a budget enhancement. I think you'd have unanimous support to add it as a budget enhancement. If we're holding $200,000 that is never being used.
Never.
Maybe.
Or
you
do
could
6,
split- Yeah, I was gonna say,
7.
maybe you could split it and do 6, cut 6 of the inclusionary aides and one of the rec leaders.
If the dynamics change and all of a sudden there's a flood on the marketplace of people who want these jobs, then let's have this conversation again.
We put them all on the, I'm sorry.
6 and 1, cut it in half,
Yes,
6
we
and
put
1.
them all on the table, but I prefer 6 and 1. And then if we don't fill these 6 by next year, I'll be standing here telling you another year went by and we didn't.
So
fill
this would reduce the budget of it from 200,000 to 100.
Well,
in
because it's
essence.
6, yeah, it's approximately.
Mr. Pratt, it's not that they're not able to be filled, it's that there isn't a disabled child that needs the shadow. But should that disabled child arrive at the program, you have to have the position open.
So I think he
so that
has
they can
these
get
6, so
that
if he fills these 6 and needs more,
we'll
the
talk
next budget cycle isn't that far away, believe it or not, it happens very quickly, so the Parks Department would just add an enhancement and say, we filled those 6, and actually, we think we can go more. So if it's okay, I think this seems to be a consensus to cut 6 inclusionary part-timers and 1 of the 2 rec leader ones. Is that correct?
Yes.
We're good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so we will show 6, number 53, 6 of the inclusionary aides and 1 of the rec leader ones. That's number 53. Number 54, intramural baseball program, 54.
No.
Yeah, well, but this won't affect the operation. If we take, if we do this reduction, it's not gonna affect the program, is that right?
Right, if I may, Commissioner, so we budget as if the program was full. Every camp, every clinic, every season. And historically, it's not full to this extent. So by examining the numbers, we feel as though if we cut 50, it wouldn't affect the program. This may be another case that if the program grows, I could come back to you at a finance meeting mid-June.
So we can continue providing the program without affecting the program at all?
Status
With
quo.
this- So.
Status quo.
And also, I'd like to volunteer the mayor, who is a huge baseball fan and was a player, and if you need.
Was?
extra- Is still a player? Always a player?
Threw out the first pitch of the Marlins game, didn't
I
you?
know, but
There
it's
you
not
go.
like on a regular basis. So you got your guy right here.
All right, perfect.
All right, so we can eliminate this.
I'll take that volunteer.
Okay, so we'll show number 54 accepted. Thank you, John. Moving on to planning, number 55, elimination of the Historic Preservation Board and associated positions. I'm summarizing it.
How is this going to affect applications going before the Historic Preservation Board? We know that people complain a lot of times about the time, about the process, and delays in getting their applications heard. Will this delay applications before the board, Mr.
Yeah,
Planning Director?
Yeah, again, the next couple of ones I think all blend together.
Yeah, because of the elimination of staff.
I will not support anything that will delay businesses in our city getting their approvals. And both positions, the principal planner and, these are filled positions, in fact. And so the recommendations we had previously received, didn't we receive recommendations and requests for more positions in these departments in order to handle the processing of these applications quicker?
So just to be clear, I think that this item is talking about elimination of the boards themselves.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm on-
We cannot
Hard
touch this.
no on that.
No.
Yeah, absolutely not.
No.
No.
All right, we'll show, we might just stay here, but I have a feeling you
Nope.
may have questions on the next ones. Number 55.
Eric, you
is-
turn that around quickly. Eric.
55,
that's the same
56,
discussion.
57, and
58,
58
no.
are no.
Okay, speeding along here, 57, 58. Thank you so much, Tom.
No.
Police Department, number 59, overtime reduction of various existing overtime details, number 59. And if just for your edification, there are 9 individual sub-elements to this, 1 through 9, you'll see in the description, ranging in different dollar values.
And I'll just speak here, it was a moment for all of us to be very proud in the past few weeks that for the first time in some time, our police department is fully staffed.
Yes.
So we are priding ourselves on public safety, and you see the enhancements, the increases that did happen to our budget were almost entirely, exclusively driven by police and public safety. Now that we are at full capacity, one of the benefits and things that we should look to do is actually pulling back on some of the overtime costs, right? That's not unique for police, the same thing for fire. When you get to a full staffing level, by definition, you should be able to save on some of the overtime costs, and I commend the chief and his staff for putting forward some of these sensible solutions, and we would never be discussing this if we weren't, one, a safer city than we were,
That's right.
and two, we're fully staffed, so we don't need that added capacity that we would have needed in years past. So I'm going to be a yes on this.
Just again to clarify, there are 9 specific overtime details. So if this was removed, the whole thing or any individual, that specific overtime detail would end.
I would like to call our chief to see if there's anything here that's specifically important.
You see, we have the Neighborhood Resource Officer for Homeless Enforcement Activities. I am not going to support touching that.
Yeah, we could take
Yeah.
these piecemeal. But Rolling Loud, it doesn't even exist anymore. Hey, that is the guy from Office Space that's down in the garage, Milton, that we don't know about.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner Wayne Jones, Police Chief. Coincidentally, Commissioner Magazine, Rolling Loud is the one thing we certainly can live without. It doesn't exist In the traditional sense, it existed in a number of years ago when it did bring a lot of issues to the city. We had to staff up significantly to address those issues. Those issues don't exist anymore, so we can live without that.
The ODA TOPS program.
Mhm.
So we have $30,000 for the TOPS program.
Yes.
Okay, we shouldn't be touching that.
I'd rather not.
Okay, so we're not touching that.
What, I'm sorry, what are we not touching?
Number one.
Number one. Yeah, agreed.
Number two is the traffic congestion mitigation.
We cannot touch that.
Agree.
Okay, Rolling Loud, I think clearly, we can, that no longer exists, so we can.
That's 100,000.
That's 100,000 right there.
What is for?
What's
Cooper testing, what's that?
That's a test we administer to our police officers on an annual basis. We test their physical agility, make sure they can do
Run
the
a mile.
physical, what's that?
Run a mile under 10 minutes?
Do you have this
Well,
on
Not all of
video?
them that fast. What's that, sir?
Do you have this on video?
No.
We can make money selling.
Yeah.
videos.
Seriously. Charge admission.
Yeah.
All right, so we
but
need
you-
this, we
so-
can't touch that in essence.
Well, no, because it seems like you'd still be doing it, but just with fewer proctors, if I'm reading this correctly.
We could find some smart ways to possibly do it all with on-duty staffing. As it stands right now, we have to run through the entire organization in a limited period of time. Each time we're pulling people of the regular duties, particularly like in patrol per se. Ideally, we'd want to backfill those positions for the time it takes them to go through the testing process, but we can find some smart ways to do more efficient job.
Yeah, I
of that.
appreciate that. I think
So,
that would be
okay.
good.
All right, so we can, that's 10,000 right there.
Remove, yeah.
We're getting rid of
And
the
I-
Cooper testing?
Yeah. No, we're just reallocating
The resources.
the
They're
resources.
still doing the testing?
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
just being more, they're gonna be more efficient in how they do it.
And for five, I believe this was your initiative, correct, Mr. Mayor? Which is incredible, and we're still keeping this, we're just essentially changing the
Well,
cycling.
so the program that I had brought was the Civilian Volunteer Patrol, which is sort of the extra, this is the Citizens Policing Academy, right?
It is, the Citizens Policing Academy is something we've done for decades, quite frankly, and have hundreds and hundreds of alumni that went through the program. It's a 6-week program that rotates every 6 weeks. Would rather keep that program. It really helps us connect with our community in ways that we wouldn't be able to do so
I'm
without
going to
it.
take your guidance.
All right, so we're gonna keep that. So we know the NRO for homelessness we gotta keep.
Keep number 6.
Yeah.
Number 7, the report processing unit records.
Delays of how long? Like, are we talking a day or two or 2 months?
For,
The report processing unit records.
it varies. I can tell you we're in a process right now of going through an upgrade in our records management system. Once that's done, this would be eliminated totally.
How long
Okay.
is it going to take for you to transition over? Because I know that's a bear.
Yeah, that's a tech issue we're going through. I can't give you that. It's beyond my expertise.
So this will be
frankly.
eliminated once that transition is made?
2 years estimated.
So do we need to keep this for now?
For now, yes.
Yeah.
But
We need to keep
but
it.
that's going to be phased out at some point in the near future.
Okay. Unit support task technical services, $25,000.
Is there a way to reallocate existing resources to do this work? I mean, as we're going through and prioritizing the use of drones and LPRs and cameras, to then say, oh, we got them, but they're broken, so we can't use them, seems really a one step forward, 2 steps back.
Yeah, so as you know, we've been talking a lot about being more efficient across the board, using technology, leveraging it to work smarter, not harder. Again, this is one of those things I think over time will just phase itself out of the process.
So keep it for now.
What's this 25,000? So what is this is this an enhancement or what is this 25,000 here?
No, it's basically to support the unit, officers that work in the unit to do the maintenance in some cases to the tech that we have.
But this funds a position, I mean, what does the 25,000 do?
It spends overtime.
Oh, it's overtime?
Yeah,
Okay, it's-
yeah, not a position.
Got it. So like when we need to deploy an LPR during, I don't know, some special event, this this is probably what we use.
It depends, maybe including simple things as bringing a product in, dealing with it, maintaining it.
Okay.
So it varies.
Yeah, look, it's a small cost. I remember going to the Artex Center and hearing about how the people who started this were literally climbing the poles and jerry-rigging things themselves. So I think we're happily a far cry from that.
So Chief, I'll ask you on number 9. It's a big number, right? Obviously, this is something very important, specific, investigative, and I was probably a beneficiary personally, at a personal level. I can't commend the men and women of your department enough. They truly put their lives on the line for me, and I'm sure you can say that to dozens or hundreds of other people each year in our city. I'm going to turn it over to you. We are fully staffed now. Now that we're fully staffed, does it still require overtime? If you say it does, I'm going to take your word on it, but you also see where all of this is going, and, you know, would love your help and leadership if you're able to say, we're fully staffed, we don't need this overtime
We're not as much of this. I mean,
Yeah.
can we split the difference and?
So we are fully staffed, something I'm really, really proud of. On paper, all of our positions are
Hear a
filled.
butt coming.
Yeah.
Not a good poker
There
player.
is a but. On paper, all positions are filled. But some of the young police officers we hired just last Monday, those folks have to go through a training process. Best case scenario, it takes them about a year or so before they're on the road doing police work by themselves. At which point, a lot of this overtime, staffing overtime will be reduced. The overtime we're referring to, though, this is reactionary overtime. For example, if you have a rash of burglaries in a given area of the city, during the overnight shift, you may have to staff up on a moment's notice to sort of address those issues. So this is sort of reactionary overtime that we can't really protect.
I'll take your lead on that. Thank you. So we eliminated $110,000 from 59, is that correct?
So yes, 59 will show sub 59-3 and 59-4, special events rolling loud, and the Cooper testing to be eliminated from 59.
So that brings us to $559,500 that we've found efficiencies.
Coupled with last meeting, that's $3 million.
There you go.
Number 60, Miami-Dade County Crime Lab staffing, number 60.
So I would ask, this was originally funded at 200,000 that our commission, I brought this forward. I've reduced it down to this 50,000. So what it is I've had conversations with our sheriff and the state attorney's office. The county has done a better job of staffing the crime lab, but it's still imperfect. And essentially, this position would allow the city of Miami Beach to hire and embed someone who would test Miami Beach drug arrests, because some of the cases were being dismissed because the drugs weren't being tested. So what I'm saying, though, this was originally 200,000, we've already now cut it down to 50.
So this is not to cut the program, this is because the contract hasn't been signed, and so when it does get signed, there's gonna be a delay in when the funds get spent. So it's
Right,
still.
so you could eliminate the entire 200,000 theoretically if you just did not want to move forward with the program. What this would just do is it just delays the funding, because if it was 200, this just gives a quarter worth, because it's going to take a lot of roll in. This would be one time, not recurring.
Right, but what I'm mentioning is that when this was initially approved by our commission, it was for 2 positions. Based on my conversations with the sheriff's office and the state attorney's office, we can fulfill what we're trying to do with 1 position.
So is a contract negotiated for 2 people right now or for 1 person?
Well, the contract hasn't been signed yet.
Well, no, but, you know, is it presumed to cover 1 or 2 employees?
Good evening, Wayne Jones, Chief of Police again. Originally, the contract was negotiated, still being negotiated primarily for 2 people. The idea was for those analysts to prioritize our drug cases from Miami Beach so we can get greater conviction. But I understand that there's still some issues in legal in terms of the language, what we want in terms of what the lab is asking for.
It's not I'm not worried about when the contract gets signed. I'm confident it will. But I think what the question is if it was originally predicated on the need to have 2 people to accomplish it, but now what we're hearing from the mayor's conversations with the sheriff is that they're doing a better job on their end, so we now only need to supplement with 1 person. Therefore, the contract doesn't need to be for 2 people, it needs to be for 1 person.
Correct.
So we would need to recalibrate the contract. to come down to that level of one
Right.
person.
Well, the contract hasn't been signed.
No, I
Right.
understand
Oh,
that.
yeah.
I understand that.
Well, we just have to adjust the funding downward, obviously, but the
Yes.
contract hasn't been signed yet, and the
I
language can be
understand
updated, yeah.
So the contract is currently going to be, when it gets signed, currently going to be for how many dollars?
We can adjust it downward for one.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Right,
Is
so-
that reflected in here someplace?
No, it is not, but if that's the will, I guess we'd be moving it, that would give you, we do a $100,000 recurring reduction, so you'd have $100,000, and that's enough to fund the one position, correct?
So let's do that.
So that would be a modification of that. So,
Well, the question is, because we've been modifying, right now, it's the 200,000 in fiscal year 2027, so that, this modification won't even impact
no,
this
that
year.
would be 27. So in the 26 budget, sorry, in the 26 budget, we have $200,000 for this.
That's
Thi-
correct.
This elimination would reduce it one time to 150, then 27 would drop back to 200. But if what I'm hearing is that there is on a recurring basis only a need for $100,000 per year, we could reduce the recurring amount from 200 to 100. So number 60 would reflect a $100,000 recurring reduction, if that's what I'm hearing. I think that's what I'm hearing. Yeah, because that gets you what you need. That's
You good with
the one
that,
that's
Chief?
recurring.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, number 60.
So if we can, we'll show number 60. I think there's consensus there to reduce, to accept it, but to modify it to $100,000 per year recurring, which would still leave
Effective
100,000.
2027. Effective 2027.
No, effective 26.
26, okay.
To be effective immediately, so they'd have the $100,000 to sign that contract tomorrow, yeah, it could be tomorrow, October 1st, and that would allow them to fill that position immediately. Okay, so we will show number 60 being a $100,000 recurring, which would still leave $100,000 recurring in the budget for one full-time position for this program. Okay? Number 61, Miami Beach Community Cat Program Operating Expenditures. Number 61.
I cut the police department before I mess with the cat ladies.
Yeah.
Keep it.
Okay, we'll show that being kept. Number 62, elimination of decorative streetlight maintenance.
No.
No.
Yeah, okay. Number 63, eliminate the film incentive program and the position that goes along with that. Number 63.
Can anybody address how much revenue that brings into the city?
Yeah, I think.
I think we fought a long time to get that back on its feet because.
I think there's some issues with that program. I think.
Well,
the second-
and so that's what I want to know, because I thought that we had lost a lot of television and programming, television film production in the city of Miami Beach for a number of years, and it hurt our small businesses who do the craft catering and, props and makeup and all that kind of stuff. So can you illuminate what this all is?
Sure, thank you, Commissioner. So we work as a trifecta with Miami-Dade County, City of Miami, and the GMCBB to help promote film since the state cut that funding many years ago. It's been challenging, to say the least, with the performance of this fund. We've had it since 2018. We had to diversify it in order to get some more use out of it. We have yet to have any major film production apply for it. So the way that it works is if you have a $25,000 spend in the city of Miami Beach for 3 days and you shoot here, you get a $10,000 cash rebate. So Netflix, those big productions, it's not worth it
not
for
enough.
them. So we've been doing more programs like, different film.
If I could catch you up, I'd rather save our dry powder if it's truly needed, as opposed to just putting out a few bucks here and there. If something truly substantial, you have our, I don't want to say commitment, but you have our faith. If something big comes along, bring it to us. Don't just shut it off. But giving out $10,000 for every Tom, Dick, and Harry might not be our best use
Yeah.
of the money.
So cut this.
If I think I'm hearing consensus that we'll accept and eliminate item 63,
Is this a filled position?
I believe so.
Yes, it would diminish some of the duties that have to do with the film incentive, and the rest would be then absorbed by the rest of the team.
Okay. So I think we'll show consensus on 63 being eliminated. And rounding on to the last page, this is resort tax, but we shift everything back to general fund. Back to code compliance. Code number 64, the short-term rental investigation unit of code compliance.
No.
Okay.
No. We need
But-
more of these.
Hearing a no. Number 65, entertainment district staff for co-compliance.
No.
Keep-
The code,
Keeping that?
we need that.
Okay, and we already did 66. We are at the end of attachment E
So the grand total,
of subsection
So what's the
3.
grand total between the 2 million last time and today?
It was about 2.5 million between resort tax and general fund, and I think
We're
that
at
we found.
793,500 cut.
Is that all?
Well, I'm sorry, what, Tamika?
Well, what we just cut right now was 793,500.
And that's from the overall budget, because like things like the CIP aren't technically general fund. But still, that's almost $800,000
Yeah, we're
and a
looking at
few
almost
positions.
$3.5 million that we saved over the past 2 meetings.
And head count.
Yeah.
And head count.
And I will say the one thing, unlike last budget year, every time we cut a program, we would say, oh, we just saved $70,000. Here, I need 80,000 over here. And we wound up costing ourselves money. Here, we truly saved our budget, our taxpayers, $3.5 million.
So Commissioner, to that point, I think for this part, we've wrapped up. That'll be part of the second item, the budget. So we will, that's what I have a couple of other items when we get to that to discuss additions and some adjustments. But that's what we'll say, approve the budget as amended as discussed, when we get to that. And these dollars on all these cuts, as championed by the Commissioner Magazine, will be set aside to really help us out for 27 for a budget stabilization reserve for that, which is really, really good news for anyone who's got concern on 27. That's really good. So that is that. So I think we're still back at item 1, which is the millage itself.
And this is for the city attorney. Excuse me, could I read item 3, R7B, and we could do the public hearing on both items? Okay, R7B is a resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, adopting the final budgets for general geo debt service, city center RDA, ad valorem taxes, North Beach CRA ad valorem taxes, enterprise internal service and special revenue funds for fiscal year 2026. R7B, it is a second reading public hearing.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
So what is the total that we're saving between the first exercise and the exercise we did today?
Approximately 3.5 million.
1.5 million.
3.5.
So the 2.5 was already in the budget as approved by commission.
And what does that translate to in terms of millage?
So the original 2.5 is already built into the millage rate, and the 793 would be a reduction of 0.0155 mils.
Mr. Chair.
That's, I would say, if we have the ability to incorporate that reduction of the millage into the budget, it's showing the direction that we're going in as a government, that we're going to be going year after year to find efficiencies. And when we find those efficiencies, whether it be at the end of the fiscal year, we return that to our residents. And when we go through the budget process, as we find efficiencies, we reduce our millage. I'd like to make a motion to reduce our millage by the efficiency that we found.
Second.
If I can, I know the commissioner's motions on all those cuts were specific to be set aside for the 27 budget stabilization, so that the 27 budget wouldn't be a problem. If we cut that village, that will just, obviously can cause a budgetary
So,
problem. in
Mr.
27.
CFO, I know we had some pre-discussion with this, and I tip my hand that I would be supportive of that, given what we've heard from our residents here today, and the discussion on the dais. I'm going to support the motion that's on the table here, because this isn't a one-time thing. This is going to be a recurring theme that I'm at least going to look to implement throughout the year. It was a theme this past year, and the only reason why we're able to send money back to our taxpayers is because we've been diligent on this all year. So I want to continue on that trend. And listen, we're going to be facing a tough budget next year, because not only are the same costs there, but you can just feel property values throughout the region going down. And we'd be doing a dereliction of duty if we don't start preparing for that, right? We've discussed things, and I know Commissioner Suarez, you said we didn't call it FERC, the hiring freeze item, but I actually do think that we discussed, I don't think we termed it that, but we had this discussion with you in public, Mr. City Manager, about only being the highest of high priorities, and I think you would come back to us for that, but I'm getting a bit off topic here. Mr. CFO, I know I told you, tip my hand that I'd like to support any excess in the go forward stability fund, but I'm going to be supportive of rolling back the millage rate to an applicable level here, reflecting these costs that we just made.
So what would be our reduced millage rate?
I'm sorry?
What would be the reduced millage
They're
rate?
calculating that now on the fly.
Mr. Mayor,
Based on these reductions.
I'd like to ask Jason a
Commissioner
question.
Suarez.
So despite, I think we saved around 3 million in some efficiencies, are we raising taxes for 2026?
The millage rate, the tax rate is not changing.
Are we raising taxes for 2026?
I think what your question really is relates to every individual, and I can't really state, specifically to every individual person. Will the city collect more taxes, property taxes? Yes.
So, everyone got this notice, okay? It says, City of Miami Beach notice of proposed tax increase. Proposed tax increase. Initially proposed tax levy, 330 million. This year's proposed tax levy, 354 million. Okay, this is a tax increase. This is from the state. So, again, are we increasing taxes for 2026 despite the 3 million that we're saving in efficiencies?
Yes, the overall taxes will be going up in the width the
Okay,
city is
and
going to.
That's incorrect,
Hold
because
on,
we're
can I-
not raising.
Wait, 1 second.
Can I finish?
We're not
my-
raising-
No,
we're
I
not
want a
raising the
clarification on
taxes.
that. Is the city raising the taxes, or is that
It's a
taxes?
property appraiser. The property
It's not the
appraiser
city.
is the
Well,
one that
that's
is
the
doing
question.
it.
Is the city of Miami Beach raising
No.
taxes?
Technically, yes, because
No.
we're going to
No.
pay
I'm
more.
asking, I'm asking.
We're not-
for-
This is
I'm
Finance
asking-
101.
We're not
This is
raising the
Finance
millage rate, but for
101.
example, my assessed value is going to increase by 3%. And will I be paying the same millage rate, will I be paying the
That's
same
not-
millage rate on the
Can I
increased
finish
value?
my
That's the question I
Yes.
asked.
Well,
the
that is a
city-
tax
no,
increase,
but that's the
because you're
property-
paying more.
That's the property appraiser. 70% of our property taxes don't stay in Miami Beach. Many residents don't know that. It goes out to the school
Can you
board,
hand
it
this up
goes
to my
out to the
colleagues?
county.
Can you hand
Is
this
the
up to my
city of
colleagues?
Miami Beach raising taxes?
Would you want to respond to that?
Well, I would just say the tax rate is remaining the same. That's a flat answer.
The tax rate is what?
The overall tax.
We're actually lowering our
We're
tax
lowering the
rate.
tax rate.
Well,
We are
Well,
lowering our
reduction
tax
of the
rate.
millage rate, yes.
But will the average homeowner be paying more based on?
But that's not
what
our
we're
fault. That
presenting.
is a market condition. If the market changes, if property values go down, then are they going to be paying? We don't control the market. That is an effect of the market. That is not the city of Miami Beach saying, we want to come in and tax you more. We don't control the market. That is.
May I finish my train of thought,
That's
Mr. Mayor?
that's the market, and that's the property appraiser who determined that. That's not us.
Mr.
True, but
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you. Jason and colleagues, this is from the state of Florida. It says City of Miami Beach. This is not the Dade County. This says City of Miami Beach. Notice of proposed tax increase.
You just said it's
Okay.
for the state of Florida.
Let me ask you, and here's another good question. Why do we need a 5/7 vote as opposed to a simple majority, Mr. City Attorney? Why do we need a 5/7 vote as opposed to a simple 4/7 vote majority to pass this
Well,
particular item?
well, the statute provides that if the city does not adopt the rollback rate, if you go up to 110% of the rollback rate, you need 2/3, which in this case would be 5/7. If you exceed 110%, then you would need a unanimous vote.
Correct. So in essence, we are increasing the taxes as from last year, the rollback rate. Is that correct?
The millage rate.
I didn't ask about the millage rate.
Those are the taxes we control.
Are we increasing the rollback rate? The rollback rate would be a lower rate.
There's a millage, yes, when you talk
So
about
we are
rollback,
not
we're talking
decreasing
about
the
millages.
millage rate, but we are not increasing the millage rate.
Right, we're not decreasing to the rollback level, but we are reducing,
Yes.
based on what happened tonight, we are reducing the tax rate.
Exactly. And my issue is that this is unsustainable. We're going to be going through this every year after year. And for the last 2 hours, we were, nickeling and diming these programs. And what did we save? 3 million. Again, our budget is $1 billion. We're increasing our taxes by $24 million. That is what is written here from the state of Florida. It's a proposed tax increase. So I'm not going to be in favor of this, okay? I think we need to cut more. I think we need to cut a lot more from this. I already gave one example where we can save $1 million annually.
So I have a question, Commissioner, to your point. A rollback rate, how much money do we need to save in order to achieve a rollback rate?
$21 million.
$21 million.
24.
24.
21.
Or 21, okay.
Well, this says,
Commissioner, you brought us $1 million.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
But I just want to know, if we do not adopt the budget, the reduced budget that we have today, which reduces the millage rate on our taxpayers, what is the alternative? Where do we find an additional, we already found $3 million. What is your proposal to save another $18 million? I know you pointed to $1 million from the cultural organizations. Where are the other $17 million? Where do we cut another $17 million from?
I can think of another $700,000 that we can save. This year, we have a second aid at the mayor and commission. We have now, for the first time in the history of Miami Beach, a second aid. I don't think we need a second aid. I don't have a second aid. Commissioner Bott doesn't have a second aid. That's something that we personally can do.
Wait,
if you're asking me, I can keep going.
But I think, didn't we fund the extra legislative position for Tallahassee from Commissioner Suarez's second aid budget?
I believe that we did.
Okay, so I mean, you don't have a second aid, but the proposal came to have this.
Well, I'd like the city manager to clarify, I believe we did, or we did, because I certainly don't see it out of the mayor and commission budget.
So yes, that was the way that we were able to fund that additional position for the legislative affairs.
I do not have a second aid.
May I ask you a question? I'm not attacking.
Listen, I can.
Can I ask you a question?
Well, listen, I can continue
not?
on. I mean,
Well,
there's. Look, guys.
But how do
mean,
we get to the 21 million?
So
I mean,
maybe we put it on staff, Jason.
Yeah.
Eric,
So I guess
how do we save another $18 million?
I guess, Commissioner Suarez, and I'm not attacking, I'm not going back and forth, I'm having a man-to-man conversation like adults, right? I don't disagree with your premise here, but what I'm disagreeing with is the process and procedure where, how do we just, like, you saw what it took to just cut $3 million, and if we would have started this in June, I'd be all on board.
I started this in March.
Right.
I asked for this in March. And it hasn't been called. And it was dismissed. Again, March 19th, 2025, referral to the Finance and Economic Resiliency Committee to discuss implementing a flat budget with a CPI adjustment to fully fund infrastructure, lower property taxes, and control general fund spending.
Right,
I brought this up, and amongst other things, and it was dismissed. And what am I supposed to do? Just go along with what's going on right now? I'm sorry. To say that this is happening at the 11th hour by Commissioner Suarez is false. I've been bringing this up, okay? Jason, how can we save $18 million today?
I think that's a question that I can answer here on the fly, and I think as the commissioner was stating, that's a long, in-depth discussion that obviously would majorly impact programs, staffing, public safety, and things like that. But on here in the second budget hearing, that's an extremely difficult lift to do.
Okay, can we save at least $1 million from the cultural arts grants recommendations?
That's not my decision, that's up to the commission. If the
Is it
commission-
possible?
If the commission wants to eliminate that funding for 1 year or recurring and then redirect that to a different purpose, because that's resort tax funded by resolution, that I think it's 10% of the one of the 1% goes towards the CAC. That's the commission's purview.
Okay, can we remove funding from other programs that you can think of off the top of your head?
We can remove funding for any program. We just went through $7 million, and of that $7 million.
Above and beyond what is in here, because I believe this was what staff was picked out, correct? There could be other items that was not presented in today's meeting.
Correct.
But how can we responsibly, without having, this was great. It took a little while to get there, but it was great because we could look at each item and say, oh, this, even within this item, there's one thing I want to keep and one thing that we can get rid of. Can we talk to the experts, the department heads, say what works? Can we split the baby? This was a really good exercise, painful though it might have been in the beginning. And I think it's a great direction to move forward. So I would do this, starting in May when our budget process starts again. I think this is brilliant. To do that now on the fly without any backup material, without this, to keep going for $17 million is irresponsible. Who knows what we might cut by accident? I don't disagree with the premise. I don't want to be misconstrued or misquoted or taken out of context. Let me be clear for the record. I agree with the notion that $1 billion budget is a lot for this city, even though I understand very well that it's not just for the 82,000 people who live here year-round, it's for the 500,000 who show up every month, right? At least one weekend a month is a high-impact weekend, it feels like, and some months they're all high-impact weekends. So I get it. I think we are all unanimously in support of the premise that we need to do better on this budget, and we are taking steps to do that. This year is the first step. Next year will be another step. But to say on the fly with no backup, without this, to have our conversations is wildly irresponsible. And I know my colleague will say it is irresponsible to not do it. I understand that point of view, but I am not comfortable saying, yeah, you know what, we don't need to buy this new fire truck, or we don't need to, fix the roof on wherever, because I don't know, we're not having that conversation with the facts the way we are here. And if we had a second document like this that would turn up, here's another $20 million, I would be very happy to stay here until 11 o'clock, 59 minutes and 59 seconds to go through that. But we don't have it. So I'm not willing to accidentally cut something that is going to end up being terribly irresponsible, because that is not how we do things. I know that there have been items that you are frustrated that haven't been called, and I sense that and I respect that. We all have items that haven't been called over the course of the year. It's how it goes. We have, hundreds of items on the agenda every month. And we have committee meetings where we don't even get through the items from month to month. But that is not the only way to support what you are trying to accomplish. And I say you to all of us. The way to support what you are trying to accomplish, which we are trying to accomplish, is go to the budget retreat, to go bring it up again at the commission meeting, to speak with the city manager and ask the staff to work on it. There are lots of different avenues, and I'm just saying it is not the prudent, wise, fiscally responsible, or fiduciary way to manage the city's budget on behalf of the public safety and the best interests of our residents. And I know people are hurting. I know it's rough out there, and I'm not being cavalier about that. We all share the same goal. We just have different approaches on how to do it. And to say that the only way to do it is the way you're recommending, by cutting $20 million without the facts in front of us, I'm saying that's not careful, and that is not wise.
By the way, wait, I just want to add, the only thing that we're paying extra for this year are police and fire that we know that we need. That is the entire budget increase, police and fire.
I think
That is
I think even you can
what
agree.
this is, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
That there is a lot of fat and bloat in our government, and to say that yes, police and fire, they've negotiated to get the extra 14 million, but that's not to say of all the other expenses that we're paying that are unnecessary. I think even you mentioned that and the sanitation, you have a sweeper,
Understood.
but
I
it
think
takes
there
5
could be-
people. It takes 5 people to manage that person. I mean, what the problem is, we have staff. Staff tells us, hey, look, this is what we can cut. And we have to take their word for it. I got elected because I don't trust staff. Okay? I got elected because staff at the time did something against the residents. And I'm not saying that Eric is against the residents, but I certainly don't believe that there's not more to cut.
I think
And
should
look,
stop. I think that
I don't need to stop.
think you need to say that you
I don't need to
trust
stop,
your
and I
staff.
don't
think
appreciate you
that's
telling me to
awful
stop
with everyone
because this
sitting here.
is a serious
Really?
issue, And yes, this is the 11th hour, but if our city manager and our CFO is telling us, well, there's not much bloat, then how about we make a motion and we have the state of Florida Doge come here and then audit our books? Why don't we do that? I make a motion right now to have Doge, the state of Florida Doge, to come in here and audit our books and see where we can cut real inefficiencies in our government. Am I going to have a second on that?
Do you even recognize the consequences of some of the things that you're proposing?
Yes, saving money.
What would be the consequences, potentially, of having an outside agency coming in?
I think we're going to. I don't think we need a motion for it.
What's that? Go ahead.
If I may, we've already had, I think all municipalities have already had multiple information requests. We provided an initial request that was received many months ago, and there was a follow-up one that we received asking for a detailed breakdown, a very detailed series of Excel spreadsheets that we provided, very close to really what we already provide to the state on an annual basis called the AFR. So the state had a lot of that data already.
So what's being proposed has already been done?
Providing and sharing all of the detailed data that the state has requested, yes, that's all.
No, but what I'm proposing is we request that we get audited. I want to have a full audit. The state of Florida has created a new department for this. Let's take advantage of it. It's only advisory. It's not going to somehow cause any harm to our city or our residents. It is an advisory role. What's wrong with that?
Well, unlike any other city in Florida, the voters of the city of Miami Beach created an Inspector General office whose purpose it is to identify fraud, waste, and abuse on a full-time basis. That is something that none of the other cities in Florida that are being doged has. Miami Beach has that inside its government. Any one of us might be investigated at any given moment. We don't even know it. The books of every department might be being looked at right now by the Inspector General, and they don't even know it because we have this independent arm, non-political arm of our government, led, by the way, by the former public corruption prosecutor from the state attorney's office, led, by the way, by the former executive director of the Miami-Dade County Commission on Ethics and Public Trust. That's the person who is looking for fraud, waste, and abuse in our government. And that's something that no other municipality in Florida has. In addition to that, we are responding to Doge. I mean, Doge, as our CFO mentioned, Doge has asked for documents. And of course, we're not going to withhold anything. Because at the end of the day, when people look at our budget, yes, there's of course a lot of areas, a lot of fat that we can trim. But I will repeat, we provide so many more services than what any other city offers its residents that we almost, like when you start to go cut, you're going to have people coming back and telling you, well, why don't we have this service anymore? Why don't we have that route anymore? Why don't we have that parks program anymore? Why don't we have this event anymore? That's what's going to happen. And so, the Doge thing, it's happening. They're looking at our government, in addition to the fact that we have, on a full-time basis, the Inspector General, who is constantly looking at our government.
Where is the Inspector General today offering any sort of cuts to inefficiencies? I haven't heard any. Where is that? I'm simply saying, why don't we have an independent audit of our city finances? What's the problem with that? I mean, this is not political. This is just a real audit from an outside agency. They're willing to do it.
Our annual reports have to be audited by an outside agency, correct?
Yes, we actually go through several different
rhetorical
external
question.
audits. Yes, we go through several different external audits.
Those are state mandated, right?
What's that, I'm sorry?
Those are state mandated.
It's
par for the course.
Obviously,
but what I'm saying is we still have this issue where we're going to be raising taxes, okay? Despite however many audits, a request for information from the state is happening. What I'm saying is, why don't we have an independent audit of all of our expenditures? The state of Florida is willing to do it for us, and then we'll have a report of what we can cut, what we can't. And then at the end of the day, we can decide what we want to keep and not.
Why don't you just direct our Inspector General to give us an internal audit? And that way, he can come back to us, he can go
I
to
mean,
the
I don't know where the
departments
Inspector General
and
isn't today. I mean,
dig
we're,
around
again,
and
we're,
come
you know,
back
I
with-
haven't heard the Inspector General bring up any sort of wasteful things during our budget process. So, I mean, I don't mean to put him on the
Through the
spot.
course, I mean, we brought up an item with dealing with the marina operator that we're discussing
You're
potential
constantly
savings.
giving us reports.
Yeah, constantly. I mean, we get them in our emails. We have a motion, we don't have a second. If we don't have a second, then we move
Move us a
on.
motion.
And let me,
The motion is to have
Florida
Florida Doge to come in and audit our city finances.
and again, this is being genuine, I'm not getting into some back and forth with you, but let's take the premise that, okay, you don't so much trust city staff. If we would roll back the millage rate, right? We put those cuts entirely in their hands because we don't have a line item by line item budget. What I'll support from you right now, if you want to sit here, I will second it if you want to direct it. If you want to go out and instruct our city manager to come up with another comprehensive cost-cutting analysis where we're saving $5 million, $10 million, $15 million, $20 million, I'll support that. But if we just sit here tonight and go, roll back the millage rate, we lose any type of discretion or control about where that gets cut. We just put that over in the hands of city staff to say, go cut $20 million. We have no idea and no say whether they're doing it from city,
Well, they can't do that. It has to be approved by us.
if we mandated that they would have to roll back the millage rate, you have to
Suggest to us and we
cut
have to prove it.
expenses. That doesn't come back, I don't know. You
Yeah,
tell
we
me.
would,
Yeah, we
it'd have to
would
be done
have
now.
to amend the budget today to match the millage rate.
Right, so we have no, and that's why I was saying, I don't disagree with your premise, right?
And I don't think any of you do, okay? But when I see $1 million spent on this, at least $600,000 of our taxpayer dollars going to art programs who are not even based in Miami Beach, how come city staff didn't recommend this? How come you didn't recommend this, Eric?
Because this is a very clear commission direction to allocate a percentage of the 1% quality of life resort tax.
From what year? From when was this commission directive?
2018?
I think the last time it was updated was probably in 2018.
So do you guys see what's going on? We have these resolutions, you have these mandates from God knows how long, and we keep spending, and city staff isn't coming to us with a recommendation, be like, well, listen, this is from 2018, we may want to revisit this. What? It's frustrating, because city staff doesn't even, other than Jason, our city manager doesn't live in the city. He doesn't, if he wants to bring up items like this to cut, and it benefits not only our residents, the commissioners, but also city staff, but also the city manager, okay? And so, you have resolutions and priorities from, I don't know, a decade ago, 2 decades ago, and we're still paying for it. And I don't necessarily think that staff is doing a great job in bringing this up for cuts.
So Commissioner, I agree with you, okay? And I've said, I do think there's some shenanigans in us not getting that insight. So I was going to wait until our commission meeting in October. I'll put a motion on the table here, directing city staff to come back to us with a line item by line item basis. And then if you want to dedicate an entire day for a FERC meeting and go budget item by budget item, I am all for that. That's how we get to the true bloat, right? But right now, we don't have that in front of us. And that's part of my frustration. It's not so much with you. I've had this out with our finance team for 2 months now.
I'm right there with you. I'm frustrated. There's so much. I mean, remember when I got elected, the first thing that it was a budget amendment, and they wanted to spend $250,000 on like 10 cameras? That's just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, like, it's so sad that, we spend 2 hours nickel and diming programs that are probably good. They're great, and I don't want to cut funding from these programs because they generally do a good job. But at the end of the day, there's so much stuff going on in city staff where they don't necessarily want to tell you what we can and can't cut.
Well, there's a motion on the table, if somebody wants to second it, for us to get that granularity. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I need this on the record, actually. Do we have line item by line item granularity? When I say we, the commission, for this year's budget, line item by line item granularity into our budget, our operating budget?
Nope. You have a condensed version in your budget book.
Do you see what's happening? They have a condensed version.
I know.
What is that? What does that mean? That's what they decide that they want to cut.
I know this, and I've been fighting this fight against them for 2 months.
And this is the commission that changes it.
Right.
And we have to go forward from here because today is the day that we have to adopt a budget by 11:59 p.m. So today is the day that this government changes the way that it budgets itself. Today is the day where this government says to its city administration, we want the granularity of a line item by line item budget where we know where every single dollar is going and we move forward to the future that way. And if along that process, we find areas where if we sit down and we have that special FERC meeting that you're suggesting, Mr. Chair, to look at certain areas, we can always do a mid-year budget amendment.
So we had this
A mid-year
talk today.
budget amendment where we can go back and say, okay, we found areas where perhaps we had budgeted for stuff that we no longer need. Let's amend the budget and not proceed with those expenditures. We can do that in a much more methodical way,
Proper
sitting
way.
down and looking at these actual
I don't
line
trust
items.
us to audit ourselves. I'm sorry. I just don't trust
We just
us.
did it.
So-
It'll
I
be
just
us
did it.
doing it.
When I
Well,
mean,
there's a motion on the
excuse me,
table.
when I mean audit ourselves, I mean the city staff. I just don't
No,
trust it
us.
because,
Commissioner, us as the FERC, as the Finance and Economic Resiliency Committee, looking line item by line item, which are the items which we feel we can keep and no longer keep, so that once we identify in a responsible way and vet these line items on a responsible way and say, okay, we've identified $10 million of programs that we feel 10 years ago it may have been a priority, but today, when we have environmental considerations and infrastructure, we much rather not do that.
But the
Gives
cost
us the
savings,
opportunity to-
savings are not just programs we fund. It is how the administration functions. It is the same reason why there's 5 overhead administrative people for 1 street sweeper, which is Commissioner Gonzalez has always campaigned on. And that is, those details that add up are what we constitute as government bloat.
Yeah,
And I
that is what we're getting.
don't think that us elected official lay people are going to be equipped to handle that. We're not going to be able to say like, oh, well, you need 2 people here and three administrative staff. That's not something that we can do. That has to be done by staff. And we just went over the fact that staff, I don't think, has done a good job in presenting more budget cuts. The government doesn't like to shrink itself. The government likes to grow. And I don't trust this government to shrink itself. What I'd like to do is I'd like to trust another agency to come in here and audit us. And if I don't have a second on here for just a simple audit as an advisory role, this is a really sad day.
Commissioner, I'll tell you, you brought up before the police union contract, which, by the way, was heavily negotiated. We got concessions that has never been in our contract. What's so dangerous about what you propose is that potentially if we had not agreed to that contract, we would have hit an impasse. And what we were told, and I had reached out to other departments around the country, when you have that happen, not only does morale sink, but potentially officers stand back. I had trusted our department would not do that, but our morale in our police department is really high right now. We're getting tremendous productivity. And I'll give a lot of credit to our police chief. And we're at full staffing. There's consequences to actions that if you take that when you're trying to save a couple of bucks, will cost the city millions.
I'm not trying to
Commissioner
save a
Bott,
couple
Commissioner
bucks.
Bott.
I'm trying to save $24 million.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. So, Joe, you have Commissioner Vice Mayor, Your Highness, you have a motion on the table to direct the administration to do, just hang on a second, to do a granular budget, and I want to make sure that's a thing that we can execute. So I know it's a thing we can execute. I want to make sure you have enough time. I will second that, and I'd like to be a co-sponsor with you, if you would have me. I think it's a good idea, and it's something that we've been talking about for months and all evening tonight. And I feel like the thing that gets lost in this conversation is that we all agree that things need to change, and we are maligning staff for doing things the way they have always done things because that has been the direction heretofore, right? So we're saying, it is being said of staff, it is being suggested that something shady is going on, and I don't feel comfortable with
I
that.
never said anything shady is going on. I just, excuse me,
Shenanigans.
I do want to correct the record. I'm not saying that anything shady is going on.
Okay,
I
I
never said
apologize.
that. I am simply saying that there is
But
extreme
regardless.
government bloat in this city, okay? And let's talk about, let's.
No, you wanted to correct the record, you're done now. For a second, please, so I can finish my sentence, okay? My point is, we are going to collectively, as a commission and staff, change the way this government operates. That is not an easy thing to do. As you have just said, government doesn't like to shrink itself. So we are here together in this chamber. The entire senior staff is here to try to figure out how to do this better going forward. So this year, unlike last year or any years in the past, we've actually cut $3.5 million from the proposed budget, and we are actually decreasing our millage in a way that won't leave us in a hole to figure out how to pay for sanitation in 3 years. I think that's a damn good day's work. Is it cutting $20 million? It is not. Do we want to find a way going forward to cut our budget? We do. And that is going to be the driving mission of our finance committee and our commission and our staff, who I think really gets the memo, right? So let us take the steps that we need to do in a responsible way. Let's give you the 2 months or whatever it's going to take to get the 6 months, I don't know, but in time for the next budget process, so that we can start looking at a granular level, both going forward and also for the year that we will be in. And any savings that we can realize will be realized. We've done it before. And also, in case anybody in this room forgets what happens when the state comes in to tell us how to do things, does anybody know about Live Local? Does anybody know about Senate Bill 180? We are a very responsible city in terms of what we think we want to do for our city. Do we get it right every time? We do not. Can we do it better? Of course we always can. Does it work well when we are preempted by the state? Ever? Tell me. I mean, I'm happy to hear. If somebody here thinks that preemption by the state is a good way for us to manage this city, which is not the same as unincorporated Dade, and is not the same as western counties that are mostly agricultural. We're a weird little city. We are a 7-mile stretch of sand in the middle of the ocean that has historic properties and really diverse populations and offers things that no other city does the way we do, and that is not a cookie-cutter thing. So let's do it in a responsible way. Let's do it. No one's arguing with that. Let's do it. But let's do it in a responsible way.
Commissioner
Can we-
Rosling is also.
Yeah, can we move forward? It's 9:00 at night. We're not going to cut $20 million from the budget. We know how the budget grew. In the future, what you could do for next year is say, you know what, we can only have the budget grow by CPI. Okay? And that way you set parameters, all right, so that we don't overgrow anything, and you give clear direction to the administration that we can grow, CPI plus 1% or something like that. That way you know that it's not out of control. So let's move this forward, correct? Does somebody want to make a motion?
And Jason, but quickly, for the audit, I will say unequivocally, if the state reaches out or continues to reach out, I want full cooperation, right? Full cooperation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just want to be absolutely clear about that, right? It's not something I hide from. In fact,
Why don't we ask them?
I would welcome it, right? Whether I'm going to ask them, I don't know. It sounds, they've already looked at our books, so it sounds ceremonious, but I want to be very clear. I want to fully cooperate.
What exactly
We
have
have
they
a
looked at?
motion and no second. We're going to move on to the item. Also, we have a motion and a second. Didn't you make a motion on your
I did.
millage?
Yeah, I made a motion to
And I
approve
seconded
the
it.
reduced millage
So
rate.
let's vote on that.
They were gonna
If I
calculate
can,
that.
real quick, I think Tamika might have to read some of the record because we're adjusting the millage down, so I'll
So
let
the
Tamika
millage
go.
rate would be adopted at 5.8560 for the operating millage. The debt service would remain the same,
5.8?
560. 5.8560. So right
From
now
what?
it's 5.8702. We're gonna go down by 0.0142.
That's the general fund. millage.
So the budget, so the millage is gonna be 5.8?
It's gonna be
560.
5.8560. Currently, before this adjustment, it was at 5.8702.
So to be clear, what we're making a motion on is actually for the first time in 3 years, despite budgetary pressures, because of the cost savings we've identified throughout the year, we're not stopping here, but we are actually reducing our general fund millage rate.
In addition to agreeing to return $11 million to the public.
But
Yeah,
that's
if I-
not true. We're, that's,
It is unequivocally true that we are, for the first time in 3 years, reducing our millage rate. Is that not true?
In way more than
And
3
actually,
years.
if I can,
proposed
I don't
millage rate.
believe
It's the
the-
proposed millage rate that we're,
What Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez just mentioned, isn't it well more than 3 years?
Yeah, if I can, there's a couple of points I wanted to make is, yes, if you're looking at the operating millage, not the voter recommended GO bond, or if we're not looking at the capital one, so if we're just looking at what we call like general operating, which has been, the general operating has been at 5.663 for back to 22. The last reduction I'm looking at would probably be back in 2018-19, was the last time that operating was reduced. So close to 10 years, there'll be a reduction in that operating millage related to general operating.
And if
excluding
anyone wants to
GO bonds.
join me as a co-sponsor of that motion, you're,
I'll join as a co-prime, yeah.
All of us.
The public hearing?
Public hearing, I have 3 individuals on Zoom requesting to speak. This, just for the record, this is public hearing on items R7A and R7B. Karen Rukas, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, I wanted to speak about the property tax. Is that okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, Karen, go ahead.
Okay. I came to Miami Beach in 2021. At the time, I looked at my expenses. I actually ended up being the treasurer of this boutique building in Miami Beach, but I am a non-homesteader, okay? So I'm a non-homesteader, and I started at $3,500 a year in property tax. If indeed my non-homesteader goes up 10% every year, in 10 years, I will be paying $8,252 in property tax. That's over a 135% increase. That 10% increase every single year is not sustainable. And I don't rent my place when I'm not there. We have 3 or 4 of us who are non-homesteaders in our building, and none of us rent our place when we're not there. So we are taking the full burden of this, and it's just completely unsustainable. The other point I want to make is around the loan program for special assessments. That's been critical for people. There are people suffering out there who can't afford special assessments, and therefore they are putting things like roof replacements on hold. Their places are leaking, and the insurance goes up another $15,000 a year or more because they simply can't afford to do it and make people pay a $12,000 special assessment. So any way in which you can help folks with a special assessment loan will help them to get their properties up to snuff so that they can continue to live and operate in Miami Beach. Anyways, thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Karen.
Our next public speaker is Wayne Roberts. Mr. Roberts, go ahead.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I love the conversation. The homestead people that live in Miami Beach have a deal at 3% because they can never basically have an increase beyond, unless they change the millage rate up, they can't have a greater increase than 3% annual. It is the commercial property owners, not even owners, the businesses, because most leases in commercial property have riders attached to it in the lease that says you are responsible for any increase in taxes. So it's passed down on a commercial basis. Those storefronts that are closing, one of the drivers, the main drivers, I wouldn't say main drivers, but certainly a big driver, is the 10% increase they're receiving every year in those real estate taxes, as well as the non-homesteaders. It does impact homestead properties in the sense that because a lot of people are not homesteaded, the price of real estate and condos are declining or not rising as much as they should because of the tax consequence for non-homesteaded properties when they take possession, and it resets, right? Unless you're transferring the homestead to the property that you're moving to, the property value, the assessed value, starts at the highest number possible, which is the full assessed value. Even if you do homestead, you have to wait years before you get, substantial advantage. So it's a complicated issue. It certainly is impacting our downtown areas with this 10% effect, as well as businesses in commercial buildings. If you're a dentist, you're still paying those 10% increases in real estate taxes. And so homestead is great.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Our
Thank
next
you.
public speaker is Daniel. Daniel, state your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, commissioners and the public. Daniel Serraldo, candidate for Miami Beach Commission Group 1, number 132 on the ballot. Anyone who has ever been on a board or has any significant managerial experience knows that you don't miss the treat. That is where you set the priorities for the organization. It is financial malpractice to do that, particularly from a vice chair of the Finance Committee. And we are all suffering tonight through this painfully long meeting due to one woefully unprepared commissioner and the never-ending micromanaging of another. This might work in Sunny Isles, but a world-class city like Miami Beach, we deserve more prepared and qualified leadership. Thank you to the commissioners with the level heads who helped this rate and tax reduction. I hope you will get the credit for it. Homeowners are being squeezed, as are renters. Alex Fernandez and others, great job. And you did it all without having to start a negative mudslinging campaign. By the way, if you'd like to save another $800,000 immediately tonight, someone can make a motion to cancel the money for Wadzapalooza Fitness Festival, which at this point is a luxury, not a necessity. Our citizens should have that extra $800,000 in the rebate for residents. So I'm looking for a leader to make that motion tonight. Let's continue this work based on truth, facts, respect, and focusing on our residents. If you'd like to learn more about my campaign, visit danielformiamibeach.org. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Paula. Paula, state your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
Paula Allen, 2 addresses, 345 Ocean Drive and also 100 Meridian Avenue. I would like to, the first lady who spoke about the non-homestead property taxes. So I transferred and did the portability to my other condo, the smaller 345 Ocean Drive. And that was all fine, that worked. And the other one at 100 Meridian, I'd been paying $7,000 a year, and I'd been homesteaded on that one since 2008, up until 2025. It went from $7,000 to $17,000 in 1 year, just from taking off the homestead. And I did contest it or whatever. I did fill out paperwork for that. So that's quite a burden. So I've got one homesteaded where I'm paying about $7,000, and then I've got another non-homesteaded that's another 17,000. I don't rent that one out. So yeah, and then assessments. Let's go about that. So $42,000 assessment. What in 2022 for where I live now? Just passed last week another $10,900 assessment for the same place that I live now. Next year, for the fire sprinkler requirement, it'll probably be about $12,000 to $15,000. So we're, for a very small 650 square foot unit in a 50-year-old building, approaching 70 grand in assessments in less than 5 years. So yeah, that's where money should be. If you want to be about grants and stuff, give it to the citizens and residents that have lived here 20 plus years that need it for those kind of things. Not, and I agree, not art projects to other cities. Speaking of which, I appreciate all the time that y'all take, and I know that it was tough. David Suarez, I do thank you for bringing this up because we wouldn't have gone through, or y'all would not have gone through this
Thank you, Ms.
painful
Allen.
exercise as you
Thank you so
described
much.
it to save the money.
Our next public speaker is Lori Bakum. Lori, state your name, address, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for all your time and service to our community. I'm here on behalf of Power Access and the South Beach Jazz Festival and arts and culture nonprofits in general in our city. I moved to Miami Beach in 1992 and in several roles, both as just a resident, a volunteer, and now as a true advocate and for the South Beach Jazz Festival, Power Access. I want to say that arts and culture have really been at the forefront of both our quality of life and the rising of Miami Beach as a world-class city. We really give back, and I'm not just talking about our organization, but all nonprofits that work within our city. Our South Beach Jazz Festival and our year-round programming, 90% of which is free, is funded about 20% through grants and sponsorships by City Miami Beach. The rest comes in through private donations, business donations, and community support. I feel like we're just a flag of all the nonprofits in the city which do great work. And I hope that that's recognized because it's both an economic driver and a quality of life driver, which most of these things happen for free for our residents, but also creating tourism dollars that also benefit our residents and businesses. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you. There are no other public speakers on Zoom, and I see no one in the audience.
So there's a few motions on the table. Get the easy one out of the way. I have a motion directing city staff to come back, not 6 months in a, yes.
Okay, thank you. If I could just to clarify, because we've had several different discussions on structural budgetary changes. And last we had spoken was that going forward for the 27 budget, we would, because it's a very long process to reconfigure how we do program budgeting versus the existing model. And we're completely supportive of that, specifically because we're talking about property taxes. So it'll be general funded resort tax to going forward for next year's budget. Something usually doesn't have value to do necessarily every single year, but periodically. The city has done program budgeting in the past. So yeah, we would be absolutely supportive of doing program budgeting, which gives you that granularity there. Just giving you a detailed budget line items, finance to operating expenses, that you're not going to get that nuances of, because it's very technical. But from a program budget perspective, you were absolutely supportive of for next year doing a program budget for the general fund resort tax. So you have the entire.
I think what you see up here, I don't know if there's appetite to wait for next year. I get that that's a big ask.
I have a question on your motion. How is that different than a zero-based budget?
Zero-based budget means when you provide the budget documents to the individual departments, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you give it to them with zeros in it, and then you just build their budget up. So they're just going to look at last year's budget. It's kind of an older budget process that I don't really has fallen out of favor. It's not really one that What you guys have been talking about is program budgeting. Kind of like what you saw with those cuts where you said, like, I'll give you the example, a position with a bunch of people. Okay, well, then you can cut that program as it were. So that would really be, I think what you've always been talking about is program budgeting. But to go back and redo the entire 26 budget from a program budget perspective.
But that's not zero-based budgeting. Zero-based budgeting is all these additional dollars that we saw tonight. It's whatever you produce and you don't spend, then that is the excess. I believe that's what zero-based budgeting is, isn't it?
No.
Basically start from scratch each year.
Exactly.
Because
But
it's
what
your
happens is
income
you-
minus your
justifying.
expenses, savings, and debt payments have to equal zero each month. That's
Right.
what the zero-based budget is, right?
Well, that's
So-
what the budget we have now is that we
So,
have our.
but you know, we have these
That's the balanced
surpluses, which
budget.
is what we spent tonight going over.
Right,
You
and
know,
it's just,
surplus
you know,
here, you know,
and every
10,000
quarter-
here and
yeah.
20,000 there. So if you did practice a zero-based budget, you would eliminate all those additional expenses. If you were to implement something like a zero-based budget for a few months, then come back to us in 60 or 90 days and say, okay, we've been zero-based budgeting for 90 days, here are the surplus funds in our department, and then we could easily see what those surplus funds were.
If I can, that's not zero-based budgeting, but what you described, we already do on a quarterly basis, and that's the quarterly LTC, budget to actual, that the budget department produces. It's a lot of work for all the departments, but that's put out every single quarter to show you what the surplus is in all of the funds that we have, and that goes to Commissioner Fernandez's discussion about why he, is aware that there's, over $11 million projected in the general fund surplus. So that is already done, and that is a very, I agree that is a very good and transparent document, and I know when I met with the aides and the new commissioners when you came in, and with the new aides when they came in, we always say, we're going to read, there's many LTCs that go out. That's a very important LTC to read. It's long, it's many, 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 many pages long, but it does have a lot of really good, valuable information in there.
So that's what you should refer to the finance committee, and then you can go through that, and if you wanted to.
The
cut-
first quarterly projection document would be out in for Q1 would end December. We would have that ready in early
Late February.
Late February?
Because with a zero-based budget, I mean, you start at zero.
Yeah,
And
you
then
give
you
us
come in with your essentials. This is the essentials to keep the government running and to deliver our basic services. And then it gives us the ability as policymakers to determine, okay, everything beyond the essential and basic service of government, we get to then go through and make policy decisions on those, which is where I believe in the direction that this commission is going to find efficiencies. I feel that that's where this body feels is the best place to start at, I think, for next year, is from a position of zero.
If I might chime in, Commissioner, yes, but there are inefficiencies within programs in the city staff that really we don't have an eye to, right? Like, I'm gonna bring up the sweeper again. You have a sweeper, and then there's 5 administrative people for that sweeper. How do you catch that? How do you catch that there's gonna be 15 cameras for $250 million, where that wouldn't have been an amendment, but that's in a line item that we just aren't privy to because, we can't go literally line item by line item for some of these expenses. So it's, at the end of the day, you have to trust your staff that they're being efficient. And at this point, I don't know. I think there's certainly room for improvement in the way we have our structure of our government.
Wholeheartedly agree. Tamika or Jason, let me ask you a question, Mr. City Manager. I hate consultants, so it nauseates me. I'm even asking this in a way to save money, but this is a way to save money. How much would an Ernst & Young or something like that charge to come in and do an efficiency analysis? I know the city of Chicago has a report that's being commissioned, and it's actually so telling the truth that the mayor won't release it.
I'm not sure how to estimate that off the top of my head. I
Is that
know
a couple,
that
like $200,000, or is that a few $1 million?
probably in the millions. I know the commission directed the police department to do a staffing report, which was done by an outside consultant, reported back to commission. And those recommendations were to add staff. And internal audit is under our inspector general. So, I mean, I'm not to put him on the spot, but
Any rough estimate what a consulting firm like Bain or Ernst & Young?
I think we looked at that a couple of years ago, I think it was about
If I can, I think
go in the-
North
go-
Bay
my-
Village did something similar and spent
The
2 million
microphone.
on a full organizational study.
Joe, can you go to the microphone, please?
I have a question along those lines. I mean, the reason you have your job here, Joe, is, and you and I have talked about things like, has anyone ever looked into this, or, are you working on that? And you're like, well, we could, but it needs to be directed by commission, I think. Is that, I guess it depends on the thing that needs to be investigated. So could we as a commission direct the OIG to do an analysis of efficiency, or is that beyond sort of the
Well,
scope
I mean,
of
let's
what you
be-
guys do?
I mean, I'll be honest with you, we've got 6 tax auditors who audit, there's 3,000, resort tax auditor, accounts in the city. We barely scratched the surface with 200. We've got 3 internal auditors, and we're always 2 years behind in terms of what we want to audit. Could we actually do the entire city if, with more personnel? I'd love to do it, but I don't expect that to happen.
We're not in the business of adding FTEs right now.
Right, I understand that.
I-
Well, we
that was
look
supposed
at,
to
we
be a
look at
joke.
programs, we look at contracts, we look at
all right.
expenditures. To take on the entire city, it'd take my entire staff probably to abandon the rest of our work. I'd love to do more, I really would.
So you raise a good point.
It's not realistic.
You raise a really good point, Joe. So you're auditing not the city, you're auditing primarily other businesses who deal with the city.
No, we audit contracts, but we also audit programs in the city, that are going on, and we look into sometimes problems that have occurred in specific departments, or, we do look at city operations, we look at city compliance, we look at contractors' compliance.
And so what you were over there, you were mentioning that Commissioner Magazine brought up an item or an idea for Ernest Young to come in. Roughly, what would that cost?
As I said, we looked, there was a company, I forget where it was, that did something like this in California with I think a city roughly the same. And I think it was about $500,000 to do.
How long did that take?
I don't know the details of that, but I mean, it's something that's worth considering. I'm skeptical of, sometimes myself, of big firms coming in like that, but
Consensus
it can
from the
be done.
body, I'm sorry, the consensus for the body is, and I agree, we have motions on the table. Let's, do we have an order of priority for the motions? The city attorney?
Sure, I believe the motion to decrease the millage rate, which was made by Commissioner Fernandez and seconded by Commissioner Magazine, would have to be adopted prior to adoption of the budget.
Call the vote.
Can you just line up what's on the table? So for the first time since 2018-19, we're actually voting right now on a reduction in our millage rate. Thank you, Commissioner.
Correct. This will be a millage rate reduction on the general fund.
And I'd like to be listed as a co-prime.
Anyone else?
All of us, yeah.
So all co-prime. This is on the reduction of the millage to, I believe it was 5.8560. Yes?
Yeah, this is the
5 point.
millage item, and we just need to hear everybody's response individually.
But the reduced millage rate is 5.8560, is that
That's correct.
Yeah.
So,
And Mr. Mayor, before we finally vote, I just want to thank my colleagues. I know this is very difficult, okay? I certainly do not take joy in being this difficult. I'm not playing politics. These are people's money. And, I believe when we have a tax, it should be thoroughly debated. Because I think if we didn't have this discussion, it would have been a simple 45-minute meeting. I really got to hand it to every one of you. Thank you. I really appreciate you spending your time. We got here at 5 o'clock. It is now 9:30. And we have real positive wins out of this. We're having a rebate that Commissioner Fernandez has brought forward. That's excellent. We lowered the millage rate since 2018. We have program level budgeting. And so, look, as contentious as this may be, I want to thank you. I certainly, I'm not trying to make things difficult. I didn't want to stay here till 9:30, but we got some wins out of this. I'm going to be supportive, okay? And I really want to extend a heartfelt thank you to all of you for going through this, because, listen, now the residents know that we are really analyzing this, and we actually care. We want to do what's best for their wallets. So, I really appreciate it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Suarez.
So
Call the vote.
on the decrease of the millage, I have to do a roll call, so I'm going to do it alphabetically. Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Magazine,
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez,
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Item is approved. Now, we do R7A.
That was A.
That was A, so, okay.
Yeah, this would be B. For
Okay.
the budget, I just have to, I alluded, I know we requested briefings of anyone will have, and we discussed this with a few people. So there's a couple of items that were approved at the September 17th commission meeting. And I'm going to read them. These are items that we would amend the budget as presented. So it'll be a motion to approve the amended budget. These affect primarily non-general fund budgets, but I'm just going to go through them very quickly, and you'll recall these all from the resolutions you passed. One is $50,000 for the water quality study. This is all the Parkview Island resolution. For the Water and Sewer Fund, $21,000 for weekly water testing in the Parkview Canal. From the Stormwater Fund, expediting the comprehensive infrastructure study for North Beach, which will be refunded in the future, but $363,000 from Water and Sewer. Seed money for the nanobubble technology of $250,000 from Stormwater. Art Week Enhanced Transportation, which was approved by Commission for $130,000 from the Transportation Fund. And just the last item, unless we have more discussion on it, was the Commission had asked on just to sharpen the pencil on the wellness program. And if the commission is amicable, the pencil was sharpened and to reduce those keeping the classes, but keeping them at the level that we're doing them now, and we could actually reduce that allocation by $20,000. So if the
I
commission
move
is,
the item.
yeah, if the commission is amicable, we can add those 6 items to amend the operating budget.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez on R7B, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. It is as amended. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, R7B is approved as amended. R7A was approved as amended.
R7C.
R7C is a resolution of the Board of Directors of Normandy Shores Local Government Neighborhood Improvement District adopting the final ad valorem millage of 0.7305 mils for fiscal year 2026 for the Normandy Shores Local Government Neighborhood Improvement District, which is 1 3/10 more than the rollback rate of 0.7208 mils. It is a second reading public hearing. I see no one on Zoom
I
and
move
no
the
one in
item.
the audience. I'm sorry.
Second.
I heard Commissioner Fernandez and second by Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Bott?
I need a voice vote.
Okay, so this is on R7C, a voice vote. I'm going to do again, reverse alphabetical this time. Suarez, Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries at R7C.
7D.
R7D is a resolution of the mayor, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Normandy Shores Local Government Neighborhood Improvement District adopting the final operating budget for fiscal year 2026. It is item R7D.
I
It
move
is a
the
second
item.
reading public hearing.
Second.
Okay, I heard Commissioner Fernandez and I heard Commissioner Bott. I could just do a voice vote?
Yes, but it's a public hearing.
This is on R7D. All in favor of
Public
the item?
hearing.
Public hearing?
There's a public hearing.
I'm sorry, yes, it is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, and I see no one in the audience. Again, for R7C, there was no one in Zoom, no one in the audience requesting to speak. This is on R7D. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, R7D is adopted.
R7E.
I move it.
Give me one second. Is a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, adopting the final capital improvement plan for fiscal year 2026, 2030, and adopting the City of Miami Beach final capital budget for fiscal year 2026. It is a second reading public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience on R7E. Who made the motion, please?
Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez.
Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. All in favor of R7E, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, R7E is approved.
R7F.
R7F is a joint item with, R7F is adopt final North Beach CRA operating budgets for fiscal year 2026,
I move the item.
R7F.
Second.
So I would just add here, because we are reducing the millage rate, it will reduce the revenues to the RDA and the CRA. So we would just approve it as amended.
As amended to reflect the reduction of the millage.
Correct. Thank you.
So I heard a motion by Commissioner Fernandez. I believe I heard a second by Commissioner Bott.
Yep.
This is not a public hearing. It is item R7F as amended. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, R7F is approved as amended.
RDA items?
RDA items, we're recessing as a city commission, and we are reconvening as the RDA. Item number 1 is adopt fiscal year 2026 through 2030 RDA capital improvement plan, fiscal year 2026 RDA capital budget.
Move.
As amended.
As amended to reflect the reduction of millage.
No, I'm sorry, not the capital,
is not
sorry,
amended,
apologies.
Oh, it's not
The next one.
So RDA 1 is as is. I heard a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by the mayor, I believe? Or-
Sure.
Okay. RDA 1, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved as is. That was RDA 1. RDA 2 is adopt final city center RDA operating budgets for fiscal year 2026. That is as amended.
Move.
Second.
So RDA 2, Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Bott. RDA 2, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved as amended. We're terminating the RDA meeting. We're now reconvening as the North Beach Community Redevelopment Agency. This is adopt final North Beach CRA operating budgets for fiscal year 2026. It was a joint item with R7F.
Move
As,
it.
as amended.
I move it.
Second.
So NBCRA 1 as amended, I heard Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? North Beach CRA item 1 is approved as amended.
Thank you to all my colleagues. This, we got through, and this is an historic budget, as we just heard from some of my colleagues. We have returned surplus funds. We have reduced the millage rate for the first time in almost 10 years. And it's kudos to our commission, but also our city administration, Eric, Jason, Tamika. Obviously, you bear the lion's work on the finance. Our chair of the Budget Finance Committee, Joe Magazine. But really, it's every department in the city. We cannot lose sight that this is a joint effort by every single department in our city to make sure that we were able to keep our budget in line, balance the budget as we're statutorily required, and returning funds to taxpayers. So thank you, everyone, and kudos. This is a big day.
Happy new fiscal year.
Yes.
And I would like to say one other thing. You know, you guys have a really hard job. All of the department heads and the city manager have a really hard job in this city in particular because we get our fingers in the pies all the time, and we usually do it on the fly, right? So we try, a lot of us try to do it ahead of time so that we can all be prepared and there's no surprises. But inevitably, at least once during meetings, something like this happens. But this meeting was almost 5 hours of you being put on your back feet and some of the department heads being put on their back feet to defend decisions, to explain decisions. Nobody sat here unprepared. Nobody got pissed off at things that were said or intimated. Agree or disagree on the merits of the topic, we're always going to have a little bit of back and forth, and that's what makes things better, when we all push and pull to make things better. But I have to commend you guys. Like, really, seriously, the folks who come up here and do the work of the city, A, really care, and B, are consummate professionals. So thank you. It's complicated, it's hard, and it's a pleasure working with you, even when I don't agree with you, because you guys are consummate professionals, and I don't take that for granted, because it's not always the case, and it's far too rare in this world across the board, so thank you.
Thank you.
Our staff is amazing.
Our city manager would like to have the last word.
Yeah, I don't need the last word, but I just wanted to say Thank you to all of you for the deliberate discussion tonight. I think that was very helpful. And I want to say a huge thank you to the entire administrative team, our Office and Management and Budget that has put in countless hours in trying to bring this all together. This is the culmination of 10 months of their work along with all of the departments, and I think it showed tonight in the progress that we were able to make and the detail that we were able to describe. So thank you.
And we got it done with more than 2 hours to spare, so.
And do we have the next budget meeting for 27? Like, when's that scheduled? Like tomorrow?
It'll be March,
The kickoff?
May.
The commitment to
something.
always do better for the future remains, but with lots of gratitude to this incredibly amazing team. Mr. Manager, thank you.
Thank you all. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.